pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, and we will move right into item number 4, the DCSD Spotlight, where we'll be recognizing milestones from schools spanning from 30. Oh, I'm sorry. And immediately after the roll call, we'll move into our celebration of schools celebrating anniversaries from 30 to 70. So roll call, Hanson.
Here.
Meek. Virtually, Director Meek, can you hear us? And if you just raise a hand, you hear, and Mr. Blair will work on that. Director Myers.
Here.
Peterson, here. Ray.
Here.
Williams.
Here.
Weiniger.
Here.
And at this point, I'll turn it over to Superintendent Kane. Thank you.
We'll sort that out. Okay, well, good evening, everyone. It's so fun to see a room full of people. We are doing some recognitions of schools tonight. We have schools celebrating 30th anniversary, 40th anniversary, 50th anniversary, and wait for it, 70th anniversary. Crazy. So we are going to start with the 30th anniversary, and Summit View Elementary is back there represented. So will the folks from Summit View come on up? And Director Ray is here with your official certificate. And can you tell us a little bit about what this means for you?
I can. So Summit View, what makes Summit View so special for us, and I think for the last 30 years, is the collective connectedness that our community has. It's with parents, with students, with teachers, and has been like that since day one, from what we understand, as we have one of our first grade teachers here who's been teaching at Summit View for 29 and a half of those 30 years.
It's been my home away from home, and it's a great place for our kids, and it's been wonderful to have our staff working on educating our kids as a whole person, and it's a great place to be.
We call it the happiest place on earth.
Oh, I love that. Well, congratulations on your 30th anniversary. And it's really exciting to have schools in this district that are celebrating those anniversaries. So congratulations. Thank you for coming tonight. Oh, there you go. There you go. Thank you. All right, congratulations. Okay, we have 2 schools celebrating 40 years. We have Northridge Elementary. Woo! Love it. And Ponderosa High School. So why don't you both come on up? And Northridge brought a whole crew with them. Come on up. It's okay though. You're doing great. You're doing great. Yeah. All right. Hi. Well, all of you from Northridge, I'm going to have everyone just introduce themselves really quick. Thank you so much for joining us, you guys. I'm guessing we have one from every grade or something. Just about. All right. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Sure.
My name is Erin Leonard, and I'm the assistant principal. And first of all, I want to thank you guys for recognizing us and inviting us here tonight. And 40 years of excellence is really amazing, and we couldn't do it without amazing staff, teachers, and amazing students. So I do want to take a second for them to introduce themselves.
Yeah. Oh.
Good job.
My name is Cooper.
What grade? That's fine. Go ahead.
My name is Mila, and I'm in 5th grade. My name is Emma, and I'm in 4th grade. My name is Kai, and I am in 5th grade.
My name is Eliana, and I'm in preschool.
My name is Kaden, and I'm in 1st grade. I am Ferris, I'm in kindergarten. I'm Maple, and I'm in 6th grade.
I am Toulouse, and I am in 3rd grade, and my teacher is Miss Fry.
I am Megan Rust, and I am a 4th grade teacher, and I am actually a former Northridge Elementary student.
Congratulations to Northridge. Director Myers is here with your certificate.
Preschool, you're getting there. Great. Yes. Absolutely. Charlie, you want to be in the picture? Charlie, come on over. Good job. You want you to hold the certificate. Why don't you hold this, Charlie? Got it? And hold it. Can you hold it like that? Here we go. There we go. All right. Great. Thank you guys so much. Great job. So good. You ready?
Great job, kiddos.
And Ponderosa High School, 40 years. So please introduce yourself and tell us all about it.
Sure. So, how do you top that cuteness, right? Obviously, I'm at a disadvantage because I didn't bring students with me, but I will do my best. So, I'm Sean Michael Pfeiffer. I am the Dean of Students at Ponderosa High School, and it's also the building that I've been in for the last 10 years. So, actually, if I could start with a personal story. When I came to interview, I know one of the questions they asked me was, why Ponderosa? And I said that I wanted to be somewhere that had a small town family feel. And for anybody who has ever been on the property or in the building at Ponderosa, I think you could still today feel that it has just that. And if you walk down to our theater, our gymnasiums, our classroom, our band room, there isn't a banner that we haven't hung, an award that we haven't received, both when we were in 5A and then back to 4A. Our teachers really feel connected, like we're a family, and our motto is proud, productive, and proven. And I think over that history of 40 years, that's where that pride comes in. Go Mustangs.
Thank you. Awesome. Congratulations. All right, you got to stay for a picture. Yeah, you're not out yet.
Thank you.
I should have given our Ponderosa graduate a chance to say something. You have anything you want to say about Ponderosa?
I'll just echo Go Mustangs.
All right. Celebrating 50 years. We have 3 schools celebrating 50 years. Larkspur Elementary, Pine Lane Elementary, and Southridge Elementary. So come on down. Congratulations. All right, Larkspur first.
Thank you so much for having us. Good to see you again. I just want to say that I am so lucky to be the proud principal of Larkspur Elementary School. This is my 8th year there, and the community in Larkspur is just one big happy family. This year, we had a huge kickoff and invited alumni and students and the entire community to come help clean up our campus because with COVID, we haven't had a lot of our gardens cleaned up and our sensory garden, and it was just amazing to see everybody come out and work 8 hours on a Saturday to ensure that our campus was clean for our big 50th celebration that was on the first Friday before school started. So we are truly blessed to have the board supporting us, our wonderful administrators, just to keep us going and moving in the right direction of academic excellence. So thank you.
I can do that. And we have Chris from Pine Lane Elementary. So why don't you talk to us about what it means for you guys?
I'm Chris Stairs, principal at Pine Lane Elementary. And as we've kind of come into this 50th year of Pine Lane, we pulled a committee together to talk about what does that mean. And the theme that we came on is grounded in our roots, Pine Lane proud. And I think even as you look in this room, many folks have come through Pine Lane and have gone on from Pine Lane to district leadership positions. Danelle Hyatt was a principal there. Sedalia, current principal, was an AP at Pine Lane. Jen Oldham is a former student at Pine Lane. Jill Casas was a former AP at Pine Lane. The legacy is deep, and the impact that it's had on the Parker community is really remarkable. Today we had several former students and former staff members come back and just talk to our kids about what it was like when they were at Pine Lane, and it was really fun to watch. Oh, that's the same as us. A lot of kids just connecting with, oh, your experience is the same as my experience, and we think of as we come through history, not into the future, there's differences, but there's a way more commonalities as to what that means. And I love what Stuart Damron, one of our former students, said. He told the kids, be kind to each other. Be kind to each other. The world can be a harsh place. We need more people to be kind. So I think what makes Pine Lane special is that community that we are building, and I'm privileged to stand on the shoulders of so many people and lead Pine Lane at this point as we continue to perpetuate our mission to empower excellence in character, achievement, and contribution to a better world.
Thank you, Chris. That was great. Congratulations to Pine Lane. And we have a Pine Lane mom.
Pine Lane mother as well, and her mom taught at Pine Lane as well as a sped teacher. So.
Long legacy. Okay, and next up we have Southridge. So Jill is here to talk about Southridge Elementary in 50 years.
Thank you for having us, and I would echo a lot of what Chris just said about Southridge. Something that's really special about Southridge is its impact and its bond with our community. I'll say the exact same thing that Ponderosa Dean of Students, I think I got that right, said, Sean, in that when somebody asks why Southridge, it's because of our community. Our community cares deeply about Southridge. You will find people from all over the district coming to visit, checking in on us, seeing how things are going, including our community partners. So it's a pretty special place. Like Chris and like a lot of people celebrating their anniversary years this year, we have a lot of people who've come through Southridge. So we have Executive Director Aaron McDonald, who was former principal there. We also have Director Ray, who was principal there. We have several other principals in our district who were there also. We have several students, well, I shouldn't say students, we have several teachers who were former students who now are bringing their kids there too. So Southridge is a pretty special place, and it's kind of the center of Castle Rock. So it's right down the street. We are celebrating our kickoff on September 10th. That's a Saturday from 4 to 7. So we hope to see you all there.
We'll be there. All right. Congratulations. Okay, thank you to all our 50 years folks. It makes you sound like you're 50 years old, which you might not be, but I am. All right, celebrating 70 years. We have two schools that are celebrating 70 years. Cherry Valley Elementary, and we have Executive Director Aaron McDonald to represent Cherry Valley, and Sedalia Elementary. So come on up. Aaron, why don't you talk to us a little bit about Cherry Valley and its rich history in our community?
Not sure how many people have actually been out to Cherry Valley or even know where Cherry Valley is, but when you go out towards Franktown, you just keep going. And when you think you've gone too far, you just keep going. It is the smallest little school in Douglas County, but it has the biggest heart. On the property there, they have the original one-room schoolhouse that is still being used as an intervention or specials and just different utilities within that building. Tons of wildlife animals around there, but truly the heart and the passion of those teachers and the commitment that they have in that community rallies around that school and loves on Cherry Valley. And so if you've never had the opportunity to go to Cherry Valley, I absolutely invite you out. The principal, Elisa Tolson, would love to show you around. They have just the best community because a lot of the kids there, their grandparents even went to school there 70 years ago. And so it's just deep rooted within the Douglas County community. So it's a very special place.
And the kids come out every single day and say the Pledge of Allegiance while they raise the flag in front. It's really incredible. Congratulations. Okay, and that leaves Sedalia, 70 years, and we have a couple of first grade teachers here to tell us all about Sedalia Elementary and what 70 years means. Ladies, why don't you introduce yourselves and tell us what it means for you?
I'm Emmy Rooney, and I teach first grade at Sedalia. I started my career at Sedalia Elementary 25 years ago when I student taught there. I actually am an alum of South Elementary, graduated from Douglas County High School, came back, found my place at Sedalia, been there ever since. Love it there. It's a family. My kids go there. This is my teaching partner now, Lexi Shriver. She's an alum of Sedalia, grew up in the community, was my student teacher, and now my teaching partner. Yep. So we've come full circle. Sedalia, if you haven't been out there, you might drive by sometime. It's an awesome place to be. We have chickens, we have gardens, we have the best view, just like Cherry Valley and all the other, Larkspur, I know your views are great. I love looking out my window. We have trains. And it's great because if you're late for a meeting, you can always blame it on the train. So that's great. I mean, we love it, and we're going to celebrate big. And do you have anything to say?
No, I just, she pretty much covered it. But yeah, I went to Sedalia when I was little, and, first through sixth. Emmy was my third grade teacher. I had the pleasure of doing student teaching with her, and now I'm her partner. And Sedalia, it's always, called me back, and I'm so glad to be back in my roots and happy to end up there. So it's an awesome school.
Our students to end up teaching about district. I love it. Congratulations, ladies, and congratulations to Sedalia Elementary. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. Okay, that concludes our recognitions today. Thank you, directors, for your assistance.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. Moving on to item number 5, acceptance of agenda. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the agenda as presented. Do we have any motions?
So moved.
Second.
You don't want to move anything on the consent?
I'll do it when I get to consent.
Okay, we have a movement by Weiniger and a second by Ray. Director Hansen?
Aye.
Meek? I heard aye. There we go. Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed by a vote of 7-0. And we'll move right into public comment. The purpose of public comment is to balance the ability to hear diverse viewpoints from a broad spectrum of citizens throughout the district while allowing our Board of Education to conduct business in an orderly and efficient manner. Time has been adjusted to allow speakers the opportunity to speak during the allotted time for public comment. Tonight, we will have 3 minutes per commenter. When speaking, please remain respectful and address the board rather than the guests and staff in the room. To respect a speaker's free speech, please do not interrupt them while they are at the podium providing comments. You have a 15-second notice prior to the end of your time, so you can wrap up your comments. When your time is up, please leave the podium. If the audience wants to react between speakers, feel free to do so while being respectful and honoring the next speaker's time to speak. However, please do not engage speakers and other audience members in a disruptive manner. Attendees who create a disturbance or disrupt speakers while they are speaking will be asked to leave the room after a prior warning. And with that, we will start with Faith Moots and Ben Moots. Faith will be reading for Ben, and then we will have Jennifer Iverson. Is Miss Moots here? Okay, we will move to Miss Iverson, and we will come back to Miss Moots and Ben Moots if they arrive. Miss Iverson, followed by, Miss Moots? Okay, I'm sorry, you're first, if you don't mind. Yeah, no warm-up, right to the microphone, and you'll be reading for yourself and for Ben. Thank you.
Okay, I'm trying to get a recording to work and it's not cooperating. Okay. I think I am going to have to just start this over for him. So this is my son, Ben. He is an 8th grader, and this picture was taken last week when he was at the state capitol talking to the Board of Education there. He was courageous enough to talk to them. However, after that experience, he was very embarrassed. So he did not agree to come today. I do have his statement, which I will give to everyone, but I did want you just to hear his voice so you know who he is. Hopefully this will work.
My name is Ben. I want to work in the economy, but to do that I need to learn how to read. But my mom wants to say some stuff that I was going to say, but I could not read my notes.
Okay. Hopefully you could hear a little bit of that. All right, so it's just 3 paragraphs from him. My name is Ben, and I've been to 4 schools in Douglas County since I was in kindergarten. I am now in 8th grade and can't read well because I have dyslexia and haven't been taught the way that I learn best and the way that science shows people with dyslexia need to learn. I enjoy math and science most, but I am falling behind now because I can't read, and they don't teach reading in middle school. When I am an adult, I want to work with the economy because that interests me. If I can't learn to read better, I won't be able to do my schoolwork or get a job. This summer, I've been tutoring with a reading specialist, and I'm starting to understand how to decode words. Yesterday, I sounded out a word with 4 syllables, and that was awesome. 8th grade, guys. There is a lot to learn to make sense of things when you have dyslexia, but I am working hard. I will do anything to learn to read like people in my grade. And do I hand these to you? Okay, that was Ben's statement, so I can go after him. Beautiful.
Sure, Mr. Blair, if you just reset the time, please.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
So as I understand it, tonight we're going to be talking a bit about the bond. This may seem unrelated. However, it very much is related. I can't see anyone in their good conscience voting for more taxpayer dollars when our children are not learning how to read. This is a fundamental right. So I am going to read my 3 minutes, and hopefully I won't shake too bad. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today as a mom of a 13-year-old with severe dyslexia that has not been provided the instruction he needs to learn to read in Douglas County School District. Like many other kids in our district, my son demonstrated behavioral concerns early in his education when introduced to standard reading instruction. Kindergarten, he was referred to Child Find, started on an IEP, and moved to an affective needs program that we were told would meet his emotional challenges while at the same time providing him a free and appropriate public education. This did not happen. Ben's behavior challenges improved with therapy and time. However, nothing could change the root of these problems. He was withheld the key to access our world, to read. In 2019, our 5th grade son was reading below a 1st grade level through extensive and expensive outside testing that we can't afford. We learned that Ben had severe dyslexia. How was this not identified in school, and why did we have to spend thousands of dollars to understand he had a learning disability? As a mom, I can't help but wonder where he'd be at now as an 8th grader if he was identified in kindergarten as having dyslexia and was given the explicit and evidence-based reading instruction he needed. I can't imagine him excelling in his favorite subjects instead of falling behind because reading isn't taught in middle school and he can't keep up. I imagine him active in school activities and sports, and to have more than just one friend that he's been able to keep in the tumultuous affective needs environment that he has been subject to for 9 years in Douglas County. I imagine him being seen, heard, and valued in school. I imagine him smiling more. I imagine him thriving instead of simply surviving.
We are currently in a battle for our son's education, for his future, for the basic human right to read protected by the First Amendment. Ben has no cognitive deficits, and to fight for him to learn to read, to be here tonight, is heartbreaking, and it is also maddening. Ben was recently given the gift of explicit and structured literacy education, scientific evidence-based instruction, and for the first time in 13 years, my son wanted to read his birthday card. 8th grade. He is excited to be learning. He works incredibly hard and is dedicated to decoding each and every word that he sees with these new tools he's learning. Research is out there. Evidence-based practice is real. The science of reading is real. This is my last bit. I know I'm running out of time. Without early intervention, following the science of reading and evidence-based practice, our youth will never unfold into the amazing humans they are. They will never thrive or meet their potential. And we as a community, as Douglas County, as a nation, we will suffer that loss alongside them. So when you're considering this bond, please consider early intervention for dyslexia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moots, and I think we're having a little bit of the sound problems. Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Moots. Next will be Ms. Iverson, Krista Gilstrap, followed by Catherine Lees. Ms. Iverson.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Moots for her courageous outpouring of her family's experience. It's not too uncommon, and that's really sad. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Kane. I would like to talk to you about the direction of special education. I understand that no executive director was hired to head the department, and I appreciate the attention and time given to place the best possible leader in this crucial role. Unfortunately, this puts a lot of work and stress on directors Cannon and Luckman Trujillo, the latter still doing her new job and previous position as coordinator. I know burnout is a real thing, and I hope the district is offering support. All of this makes it understandable that the special education talks and true parent engagement dates have not been published yet. These outreach programs are essential to the healing and progress needed in this department. I am grateful that our Douglas County Special Advisory Committee is working hard with the staff to find solutions to further our district's commitment to educate all learners. My plea is that there is a concerted effort to address the neglected needs of students in special education and to literally identify, locate, and evaluate the students who are struggling, as is mandate under Child Find in the Individuals with Disabilities Act from 1976. It's been a while, guys. Please do this with fidelity and not just a checked box. These kids need adults to be their champions. I am often at this podium with opinions about the way the board operates. I definitely don't agree with many actions that have occurred in this room. With that being said, I believe that I can disagree with your choices and still advocate for another MLO and bond, which is essential to retaining teachers, repair and update older buildings, create new neighborhood schools that will be an adequate place for all students, and secure our buildings without weapons. I'm hopeful that all elected officials in Douglas County will campaign for this and all future needed bond MLOs. These bonds outlive the board. Lastly, as the midterms approach, I would truly appreciate it if this board would pass a policy that no campaigning is allowed in this nonpartisan place besides efforts for the bond MLO. It detracts from the important work done in this space. There are plenty of other places to advertise one's preferred candidates, and public comment is not one of them. Thank you.
15 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Next will be Krista Gilstrap, Catherine Lees, followed by Callie Mayer.
Kathy and I are speaking together, if that's okay. Good evening, board directors and Superintendent Kane. We are Kathy Lees and Krista Gilstrap. We are speaking on behalf of ourselves. You may recognize us if we have spoken here frequently. However, we are usually on opposite sides of important issues. We met many years ago and formed a lasting friendship because we care about our teachers, our students, our district, and our community. Combined, we have over 2 decades of serving this district through SACs, PTOs, and various district-level committees. We may not agree on much, but fighting for our schools is something we do agree on, even if our solutions aren't always the same. We both agree that our public schools need funding for our children to thrive, our educators and staff to have competitive salaries, and facilities to meet the demands of our growing communities. In 2018, Kathy worked on the MLO bond campaign, and I voted for it because school funding goes beyond who controls the board. This year, our roles will reverse. I have taken on the task of helping with the MLO bond campaign, and Kathy will be voting for it. We both believe it is the right thing to do for our children, our district, and our community.
Just like Krista did in 2018, this year I have serious concerns about the current board's ability to lead the district in the direction I believe it should be heading. However, without proper funding for educators and staff, without funding to build new schools and maintain our current schools, it will be impossible for any board to do what needs to be done to get our district to where it needs to be. So often in this life, we seem to be given a choice of either or. Krista and I believe that this is the one time we can have an and also. We agree that there are deep, deep divides in this community that the DCSD board must continue to address, and also agree that DCSD desperately needs funding regardless of who is in charge. We have always said that if the two of us can find common ground on something, then the rest of the community should try as well. We encourage this board to vote to place these measures on the ballot and encourage our community to support our teachers and students and make this effort successful. To get involved in this campaign, please visit investinDCSD.com to volunteer or donate for this important cause. Krista would also like, we would also like to invite everyone to the campaign kickoff party this Sunday, August 28th from 3 to 5 at Highlands Heritage Park. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Gilstrap and Ms. Lees. Kelly Mayer, followed by Sandra Brownrigg, and then Erika Devlin. Ms. Mayer.
Good evening, board directors and Superintendent Kane. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Kelly Mayer. I am mom of 9 current and former DCSD students. It's no surprise that I don't agree with the 4 board majority members on virtually anything. I have serious concerns about their lack of transparency and questionable integrity. However, I support public school funding. End of story. Bonds outlive boards. I know the lack of funding exacerbates the inequities already prevalent in our educational system. This will particularly impact our most vulnerable students. While I understand wanting to hold educational funds hostage, holding educational funds hostage because you disagree with the board majority sets a dangerous precedent that harms children, teachers, schools, and our community. The majority of bond and MLO money directly impacts our classrooms. And do you know who is in those classrooms? Our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayer. Sandra Brownrigg, Erika Devlin, followed by Amy Winju. Ms. Brownrigg, who I do not see present. If Ms. Brownrigg comes in, we will move her back into the rotation. Erika Devlin, Amy Winju, followed by Liz Wagner. Ms. Devlin.
Hello. Sorry, I'm going to be very short and brief today. I didn't have as much time as I wanted to prepare. My name is Erika Devlin, and I am a Douglas County resident and a parent of 2 Douglas County School District graduates. And I am here to welcome you guys to a new school year. Thank you so much, board and Superintendent Kane, for all the work that you do for our schools and students. I wanted to just let you know that I'm extremely hopeful for this new school year. And I really wish the best for the outcomes of our students and schools and teachers. And I have been a supporter of the MLO But I do want to tell you that I'm concerned about it passing, about a lot of the politics that are going along so far. I'm also concerned about CRT accountability, and hopefully we address that this year. The mental health of the children and making sure that we keep that as a focus and we take care of those kids' needs. And I also want to make sure that the number one focus that we all keep in mind is our children and their academic success. And that's about all I had to say today. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Devlin. Amy Winju, Liz Wagner, and then Krista Cooley. Ms. Winju.
Hi, good evening, and thank you all for all the hard work you all are doing. This evening, I'm going to be talking about the No Place for Hate program. What if parents knew that their child in school was being asked to examine their biases by asking questions such as, are kids of different genders treated differently? What if parents knew their kids were asked to use the Pyramid of Hate tool to understand their biases and oppression? What if parents knew their child was being instructed on how to use correct pronouns based on the idea that pronouns follow a person's gender identity and not their biological sex? These questions are being asked of students in the district that participate in the No Place for Hate program developed by the Anti-Defamation League. There are schools in the district that participate in this program. To be designated, they have to have at least 75% of their students sign a pledge. The school must also participate in having students take the ADL's climate surveys and send that data to ADL, meaning student district data is being sent to a third party. No Place for Hate teaches children to be mindful to not misgender their peers. It also teaches kids that pronouns are not based on a person's biological sex, but their gender identity. ADL also provides lesson plans to schools, and students are required to participate in at least 3 of these programs. One lesson plan discusses power and privilege with a focus on implicit bias. It asks students to think about how white privilege plays out in dealing with police. The No Place for Hate handbook discusses systemic racism and how America's systems create advantages for white people and harm people of color. It states that systemic racism is grounded in the history of America's laws and institutions, which were created on a foundation of white supremacy. It defines racism as the marginalization or oppression of people of color based on a socially constructed racial hierarchy that privileges white people. The No Place for Hate program keeps Douglas County school kids hyper-focused on their differences and tells them those differences define their identity. Douglas County School District should think about the mental health needs
15
of their
seconds
kids.
remaining.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winju. Ms. Wagner, Krista Cooley, followed by Brad Geiger. Ms. Wagner.
She's not here yet.
Sorry, we will move to Krista Cooley, Brad Geiger, followed by Holly Kluth.
Hello, everyone. I'm Krista Cooley, and I have 2 kids in a neighborhood school. I'm here to speak in support of the MLO and bond. The appeal for me around the bond specifically is that we can meet our capital needs without raising taxes beyond what taxpayers are currently paying. Busing kindergartners 45 minutes to school just should not be our current reality for kids right now. All children in this district deserve a neighborhood school. Also, having consistency in school is necessary for our kids to thrive. We're not able to retain our amazing teachers for students who have built relationships with our kids. Our students' stability is so important, and I also am a mother with a dyslexic child, so I also understand the full struggles firsthand. And that being said, that's even more reason I want my child to have such a strong relationship with these teachers. And it is so important for us to be able to compete and retain these amazing teachers in our district, and they're not leaving to other districts. The best way to make this happen is to be competitive with neighboring districts by passing the MLO. I'm counting on this community and the board to do the right thing for every student, and I implore you to put the initiatives on the ballot in November. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooley. Brad Geiger, Holly Kluth, followed by Allison Kalinsky. Mr. Geiger.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to see you all again. Other speakers have talked about why we need to put the bond and mill on the November ballot. I'd like to talk to you about how you're going to make it pass. It is popular and perhaps somewhat correct to talk about us living in a world and an era of polarization. This board has demonstrated some of that, and bluntly, some of it's been exaggerated. Legitimate policy differences should exist in any elected board, but you have to get over it. To pass this bond will require leadership. That leadership is in the community. It is in the superintendent. If you know Kathy Lees and Krista Gilstrap, to put those two together up here, that is what you can lead. It will require extraordinary effort and some level of political courage. Some of you may have to have an uncomfortable interview with Kyle Clark. Others may need to go on some radio shows where they have been criticized and explain why this is what's right for our students. Those of you who ran on fiscal responsibility will need to go to your voters and explain that this is how we spend tax dollars, that this is why we are here, that it is our responsibility not for just our students today, but our students down the road. It may be nice to celebrate that we have 70-year-old schools, but maybe we should build some new ones as well. This is correctly your legacy. I have worked with 4 or 5 incarnations of the school board. Most of the people on there have been dedicated to the best interest of their students, but not all. For this bond to pass, we have to be convinced that every one of you 7 is willing to put aside differences, to work together, to say that no matter what else we disagree on, this is the right thing for the people of the county and for the children of the district. And bluntly, if I did not believe that all 7 of you were that kind of person, if I did not believe that all 7 of you were capable of that, I might not be here tonight. But I have met each one of you. I have worked with each one of you. There is courage on this board. There is brilliance on this board. There are people who can reach out to every corner of the county to pass this. And if you dedicate yourself to that and lead the people who've come here to help you today,
15 seconds remaining.
We will pass this and your legacy will be assured. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Geiger. Holly Kluth, Allison Kalinsky, and then Jenny Brady.
Good evening, Board of Directors, President. I'm Holly Nichols and Kluth. I am a 32-year resident of Douglas County and a 32-year law enforcement veteran. My husband and I have raised our kids here in Douglas County, and I have been involved with our community and with the school districts and youth and prevention programs for many years. After serving on the Commissioner's Physical School Safety Funding Committee after STEM, all of my experience working in this county for 3 decades, I have very strong opinions about the safety and viability of our schools. There are reasons why I typically would not be in support of an MLO or bond issue. I have no children in the schools right now. My husband and I are both semi-retired, and we have limited income. While our kids attended DCSD through middle school, we pulled them out and sent them to private school for high school, mostly because we wanted a Christian education. And I'm a conservative with strong views about limited government and increased taxes. However, there's two areas I'm very passionate about: public safety and education and safety of our youth. Additionally, I believe these two issues are the reason we have such a strong economy here in Douglas County, and they are the foundation. I came to the meeting on August 11th with several questions and concerns about these initiatives. What had we done in the past? Where else could we modify the budget to meet our needs? Where were the previous initiatives' funds spent? Has the allocated money from the county been spent to make our schools safer? And how do we compare to other districts? All my questions were answered. I was shocked at the pay difference and the disparity between our teachers and those of other districts. But I was impressed with how the board worked together. I was impressed with Erin Kane and her staff's presentation, and I've attended numerous presentations. But I was also impressed with the Mill Bond Oversight Committee and their transparency and accountability, and the school districts. It was very reassuring. But I left knowing that I would support these initiatives. The presentation even sparked my interest in possibly joining the MBOC as an oversight volunteer. I want the board of directors to know that I support these two initiatives, and I know
15
this
seconds
will be a
remaining.
difficult sell in these economic times, but I truly believe for the best interests of our students and our county and our teachers and staff that we keep this reputation of what we have here in Douglas County, and we do everything we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kluth. Allison Kalinsky, Jenny Brady, followed by Peter Mosby. Ms. Kalinsky.
I will tell you where I sit before I tell you where I stand. Most of you know we've had many conversations. I've come up here and called one or the other sides of you to task at least once or twice. I've had personal conversations with a lot of you over there, and I appreciate all of us trying to work together to do what we see is best for our community and our district. We may not always agree on how to get there, but we all want good things for our staff and our students. And that's the first and most important thing we need to remember. Over the last several years, many of the people in this room have spoken out of public comment, usually on opposite sides of the nightly issue. To see people on vastly different sides of the political spectrum come together tonight and support placing a bond in MLO on the ballot, it's heartening to me. I came here tonight to ask this board to move past any of the silly quid pro quo funding rhetoric to put these items on the ballot. Bonds outlive boards. I don't care what side of the political spectrum you're on. The bond outlasted the last board. It will outlast this board. Stand up. This community needs you. You can do this, but you have to damn well do it together.
Thank you, Ms. Kalinsky. Jenny Brady, Peter Mosby, followed by Steve Colella. Ms. Brady.
Good evening, guys. This will be short. And I want to thank Director Meek for being able to Zoom in. I understand that you have a prior commitment you're traveling for, and this can be very time consuming. So thank you for taking the time to Zoom in with your busy schedule. I want to start out by thanking Ms. Kane and the 4 board members, the majority board, for going into the community, taking so much time to explain things and to answer questions, even if some were hostile. The effort that you took to go in, it was refreshing. It's very clear that you're very passionate about getting this MLO bond onto the ballot, and that was. Well, we'll pause there, sorry. I'm also wondering if the other 3 board members are in favor. If you are, I haven't really seen it on social media or heard it, or have you guys gone out into the community? And so
I, as a taxpayer and mom, want to know if you guys are also in support, and this seems like a really good opportunity for you guys to come together and unite. So if you are, that would be great if the community could know that too. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Brady. Peter Mosby, Steve Colella, followed by Aaron McMillan. Mr. Mosby.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Kane. This is my 9th year as the proud principal of Rockridge Elementary, the feeder of the Douglas County High School. And I'm here to support the resolution to notify the county clerks of your possible intent to place a mill levy override on the November ballot. As a principal, I see firsthand the challenges we face as administrators due to the current salary scale for both classified and licensed staff. So for example, just this past week, we had transportation cancel on us 3 times because, we didn't have any bus drivers. Completely understand that. We work with the community to help adjust for that, but that's the situation that we're in. In addition, I offered educational assistant position. Actually, I didn't. HR did on our behalf, and they declined because of the low salary, because it just didn't make sense for them. That were the words that they used. There are many challenges that we currently face. For example, I had a 4th grade position that was posted for 3 weeks without one single applicant. And I'm not the only principal to have that same experience. Losing quality staff members this past year because they could not afford to live in Castle Rock or somewhere that was at least reasonable where they could drive and come work at Rockridge. And I'm talking about a couple teachers that had been with me for 7 years. That was their first job this year. And it was hard. It was hard for both of us. Staff members who have 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet. Losing staff members who started the career here in Douglas County, who received a fantastic training on what it takes to be a teacher, and then recruited by another district that had a significant pay increase. Well, I do have good news. So I have amazing staff members at my school who are loyal to Douglas County. They're students, they're loyal to their students, they're the community, who are proud being part of an amazing group of people that dedicate their lives to what is best for kids. I also have many staff members who have their own children attending or have attended Rockridge and have gone on to Douglas County, Mesa, Douglas County High School. And they recognize the first-class education that they're receiving as they prepare for post-secondary education.
15 seconds remaining.
How amazing is the school? My son, who is social emotional disability, sorry.
Go ahead and take your time and finish up, Mr. Mosby.
So, she has an IEP. I apologize. She attended Rockridge, and because of Rockridge, I swear, saved his life. So my staff's amazing. And he's a senior this year, and he's graduating. We're so excited. So, thank you for your time. You can count on me to carry this message forward, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosby. I see Ms. Brownrigg has joined us, so we will have Steve Colella, Aaron McMillan, Sandra Brownrigg, and then Sean Benson. Mr. Colella.
That's tough to follow. Good evening, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Kane, and staff. It's great to see you all. My name is Steve Colella, and I'm a resident and taxpayer in Douglas County. I'm also the father of 3 kids in Douglas County. Professionally, I'm the Exec Director of Schools for American Academy. I speak with you tonight mostly as a taxpayer and as a resident. I also speak on behalf of a number of charter leaders in their individual capacities and who lead schools which have chosen to work with DCSD as their authorizer. Fortunately, Erin McMillan, my colleague at Academy Charter School, has joined me for these comments. Every proposed tax increase should be viewed through the lens of a taxpayer first and foremost. All of us work hard for what we earn, and none of us like paying taxes that are poorly spent. We hesitate to pay more when we have rising prices on almost everything else, very naturally. All of us want the taxes we do pay to be used effectively and efficiently. If we're going to have taxes, though, the more local, the better. A local tax that will pay the professionals who work with my kids, our kids, my neighbors' kids more is one that I will seriously consider, one that we will seriously consider. This is especially true when we can travel 15 minutes to a board meeting to complain if our taxes aren't being spent well, or to vote you out. We trust this particular board and this particular superintendent to spend our tax money well. I'm lucky to know and to have worked with a number of professionals in this district. They do great work, and I want them to stay here, and for DCSD and its charters to attract even more good people. Our kids and our neighbors' kids benefit when we can do that. Our property value goes up when we can do that. More people move here when we can do that. And when more people move here, the lower our individual property taxes will go, even with a successful mill and bond. Now I'll wear my professional hat. I am so blessed to work with the great professionals in American Academy, all 300 of them. A successful mill would likely mean a significant raise for each of them, and my charter colleagues' teams are in the same boat. I heard a few people the other day say that a significant raise in a year in the private sector rarely happens, and in most cases that's true. We have to acknowledge that. But just as true is that we all want those who work around our kids to be really good for them, to add value to their school experience every day. We want our charter schools and neighborhood schools to be able to compete in a competitive labor market.
Remaining.
And it's hard to do that right now. A mill will go a long way to fix that. Over time, the cost to me and each individual Douglas County taxpayer of educator attrition and unfilled positions will go well beyond what the board is asking of each of us.
And Ms. McMillan, if you'd like to take your time, thank you.
I cede my time to Steve.
Thank you. Along these lines, kids shouldn't go to school in trailers, in Douglas County or anywhere else for that matter. We support not only the mill, but the bond, which will allow for 3 new buildings, expansion of 2 more, and maintenance for existing buildings. A healthy and growing school district is good for all of us. Finally, we know that there is some energy around non-DCSD charters to participate in a successful mill and bond. We very much respect school choice. We also very much appreciate accountability to taxpayers. So if this board asks for a mill and bond money, they ought to be held accountable for how they allocate it. As a charter leader, my and our board of directors and I should be held accountable for how we spend that money too. Our parents are certainly a part of that accountability. But so is the Board of Education, who asked for it on our behalf and who ultimately is on the hook for how it is spent. Together, this layered accountability has led to a healthy and sustainable school choice landscape for Douglas County parents. This is what American Academy and many other charters have signed up for when we chose to contract with the Douglas County School District as its authorizer. There are benefits and burdens to this choice, and it hasn't all been great or easy. The previous board's decision in a few areas were hard to swallow. They weren't fun burdens to deal with. Without those burdens, though, there are also appropriately no benefits. We respect very much the other's choice not to sign on to DCSD's authorization. And for those schools that haven't, we support mill equalization through the process set out by the Colorado Charter School Institute, their authorizer, and the state of Colorado. We support staff's recommendation for the mill and bond, and that charter schools authorized by DCSD gain the benefit of the success of each. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colella and Ms. McMillan. We'll now have Sandra Brownrigg, followed by Sean Benson, then Chris Pratt. Ms. Brownrigg.
Well, I'm a little late, but the pressure's off to have the most memorable comment because that was the one I heard when I was coming in. And so that's good. I want to start with something from the strategic plan, and that is when students and schools flourish, so does our community. I agree with that. I loved the meeting 2 weeks ago, and I particularly like assuming positive intent, because that's the only way to build trust, and that's the only way to unify the community. So with that in mind, all I have tonight is appreciation. I'd like to thank you for the privilege of serving as the chair of the MBEC. It was a privilege to serve with the people I worked with my liaisons, and also with the superintendent, and all of the community members who were just amazing. Since we sunset July 22nd, I'm speaking as an individual. And I think it's no surprise to anyone that I support funding. I support the $60 million MLO, and I support the $450 million bond. And in appreciation, thank you, staff, for putting the elements together for success. You guys demonstrated need, you unified leadership and community support. You demonstrated transparency over and beyond anything I expected. Published the bond plan, the salary schedule, the specific draft language, and you committed to a strategic plan so that we have a framework in 3 to 5 years as things change. Thank you, Superintendent Kane and Communications Officer Rader and Paula Hans for the full court press over the summer. Every time I turned on the TV or the radio, went online, I saw Erin Kane talking about funding, which changed the subject, the content, and the approach and the image of DCSD. So thank all of you for that. Thank you, board, for committing to support funding and for the amazing camaraderie in that last meeting. Thank you for unifying the community. Providing resources for each school is going to be a part of your legacy. It's not part of one side or the other, or one person or the other. It's up to all of you. And I say that because everyone has someone here they trust in leadership. You know that. In a polarized community, though, your donors and your volunteers do not respond to the people who reach across the aisle. That's up to you. So we need your help to take this next step. And if
15 seconds remaining.
If it's inertia or, you kind of want to sit on your hands, this is not the time. That's noticed, and it's noticed by the unaffiliated, and it's noticed by the empty nesters. We need you out in the community to reach those guys. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brownrigg. Sean Benson, Chris Pratt, and then Michelle Francie.
All right, I apologize. We're going to take a hard left turn, but I don't know what other forum I can talk about this. I'm here to talk about the school schedule in relation to start and end dates for the school year. I'd like to define the word seasons. I have a Webster's Dictionary from 1983 here. In the temperature regions of the Earth, there are 4 distinct seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Spring lasts from March 21st to June 21st, summer from June 21st to September 21st, autumn from September 21st to December 21st, and winter from December 21st to March 21st. If you think that's interesting, you should look up the definition of the words vaccine, insurrection, and raid. Last May, school let out 4 weeks before the start of summer, and it was still snowing right before school let out for summer. This month, the school started 6 weeks before the start of fall, which happens to be the same number of weeks from summer as it is from fall, and landed us smack dab in the middle of summer. But why? We live in a state where there are many places that you can't get to until August because of the snowpack covering the roads and trails. For those of us who rock climb as a family, most of the classic climbs are closed from April to August, so we can't even start going on family trips until August. Remember when school used to start after Labor Day? Still over 2 weeks before the start of fall, but at least we got to finish out our summer during the hottest month of the year before going back to the classroom sweating our shirts off, and it was a 4-day week to boot. Was that schedule broken? There was no fall break because we actually went back to school in the fall, not in the middle of the summer. We're in the third week of school already, and we still have a month away from the first day of fall. And I don't know how hot it was in your backyard, but my thermometer read 90 degrees in the shade today. I have a proposal for the board and the parents and children of Douglas County. Let's send out a survey to the parents asking us if we would like the school year to start and end, giving us a choice between the current schedule, starting a couple weeks later, or just go back to the utopia of starting school the day after Labor Day. And whatever the majority decides, let's do it. Maybe I'm in the minority and I have to live with school starting in the middle of the summer, and that's fine, but maybe I'm not. This is absolutely something we can do. Look no further than a few months ago when we did do things differently. Now, before the naysayers tell me, yeah, but Sean, we have a set number of school days the kids need to be in during the year. So did all the school districts 30 years ago, and they were able to pull off normal. It's very simple. Get rid of the ridiculous fall break. Make Thanksgiving week normal like the rest of society with only Thursday and Friday off. Dial back the month off over Christmas and New Year's to 2 weeks, and let the kids out of school the first week of June. Simple. Let's not be like all the stores shoving in Christmas merch 2 months before Christmas. Let's be present in the moment, in the current season, and enjoy it. And again, I'm sorry for derailing the conversation on the MLO, but I don't know what other forum I can talk about this. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Benson, and welcome back. Chris Pratt, Michelle Francie, and Rachel Keene. Mr. Pratt. Okay, we'll move to Michelle Frankie. I'm saying Frenchie. Thank you, Frenchie. Rachel Keene, and then we will move to online with Mr. Schuler as the first online person. Thank you.
Hi. Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Michelle Frenchie, and I am the proud principal of Stone Mountain Elementary School and an employee of DCSD for over 25 years. First off, I trust the 7 of you will do the right thing tonight and vote to put the MLO on the ballot. I need everyone sitting in this room and watching at home to know the importance of this MLO. I'm going to speak about the MLO tonight, but also the bond as well. As you know, our teachers and staff are severely underpaid compared to our neighboring school districts. You have heard the numbers. A teacher in DCSD makes on average $19,000 per year less than their counterparts in Cherry Creek. Many support staff make $14 per hour on average, where employees at Chick-fil-A make $19. Douglas County is full of experienced, passionate, extraordinary teachers and staff that come to school every single day to inspire and teach our children. Superintendent Kane has shared that if passed, the money from the MLO would go directly to staff compensation. As a principal, I am certain we will have a mass exodus of staff once again if we do not pass this MLO this November. And honestly, I cannot blame them. Take a moment and close your eyes. Picture your own child. Standing in front of them is their teacher and their protector. They are encouraging, celebrating, and challenging your child to be their very best every single day, just like you do as their parent. At lunch and at recess, the educational assistant is watching out for your child's emotional safety, ensuring they have a friend to sit next to at lunch, and caring for them when they scrape a knee on the playground. These people that work with our children are heroes and deserve our respect. I implore you to do right by all kids and stand behind our staff. I am part of the 60% of residents that do not have a child any longer in Douglas County. I expect us as a community to take care of our future generation as someone took care of my own child and her education in DCSD many years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frenchie. We will have Rachel Keene, Liz Wagner, and then we will move to online with Mr. Schuler.
Well, hello there. How's it going, guys? My name is Rachel Keene, similar to Kane, but it's Keene. Welcome. I have not been up here in quite a while, and it's good to be here. I wasn't expecting on coming, but here I am. My name is Rachel. I am a wife, a mom, a small business owner, and a resident of Douglas County. And my children go to Ascent Classical Academy by choice. It was a few years ago that the legislation at the Capitol was going a little crazy, and they were going to implement some stuff that I completely disagree with. And I reached out to my school and I said, hey, Are you guys going to do this? What's going on here? I need to know what's going on. And they just went dark on me. No response, no communication. And I said, I need to know what my kids are learning because I don't know. I mean, I care. I guess that's a new thing. I believe that parents should know what their children are learning. And I got no feedback. So I pulled them and took them to Ascent. And I will tell you that school has been absolutely incredible, a lifesaver for me. In the midst of the craziness that we have gone through as a country over the last 3 years, my children have been completely shielded from it. They have no scars, no wounds. They've just been learning with no agenda at hand, no hidden agenda at hand. They've just been learning. They've been kids. And I'm hearing that if this bond or whatever is not passed, if it passes, that Ascent will not be funded. And that crushes me because I worked my butt off to get a lot of you guys on this board. And I used my platform to get you guys on this board. And I will tell you that it is essential that Ascent gets funding. We must. And I want to leave you with this. It's a quote that I heard because I'm hearing a lot about unity, and that's fun to talk about. But at the end of the day, the absence of conflict is not harmony. It's apathy. This is your moment to get stuff done, to have an impact, and to have a say. And I'm asking you to please reconsider and please fund Ascent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Keene. Liz Wagner, and then we will transition to online. Oh, I'm sorry, and there is one more person in person, which will be Ms. Suyat. So Liz Wagner, Ms. Suyat, and then Mr. Schuler. Liz Wagner.
Thank you. Directors, good evening. I just wanted to mention that the charter schools who get pass-through funding from a mill and a bond are actually under the LEA of the district, not like a separate entity, which Ascent is. So that's of interest. So I brought something for you tonight. This is a clean slate. And I'm going to give it to you because that's what you all need. Because I went to the board retreat and I was like, there's no way that this board is coming together. And I know that there's a desire to sit in a circle and have a restorative circle, whatever I don't even know, the restorative thing, with a talking stick probably, and somehow come together. And it's never going to happen. There are boards across this nation. You represent an organization. There are boards across this nation who do the same. Do you think they all trust each other? They don't. Do you think they like each other? They don't. Do they have different beliefs and perspectives of how to solve a problem? They do, just like you. And so if each of you has an issue with another, go to that person individually. Figure out a way to work it out. Sometimes we just move forward because we have to move forward, not because we want to, not because it feels good, because it probably doesn't. But there are so many thousands of students in this district that are counting on the 7 of you to move forward. If we do not pass a mill and a bond, well, mill specifically, but a bond, the kids who will be most impacted are going to be the kids with special needs. And as a parent of a student who has special needs and who has gone through the Douglas County School District, and we've had trauma that we've had to move past and we've had to forgive without an apology, and trust but verify, did all that. And I expect all of you to do the same for the kids who follow behind mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner. Ms. Suyat, then online with Mr. Schuler, followed by Tiffany Baker.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Emily Suyat. I live in Parker. Both of my kids have been through Douglas County Public Schools all the way through. I have a 2020 graduate and a daughter who is still a student in Douglas County Public Schools. They both had and continue to have exceptional educational experiences. My husband has also been through Douglas County Schools all the way through. Ponderosa graduate. He's had a great education too. I am ready to vote for this MLO bond, but I do have concerns about school safety, specifically around arming teachers and staff. This is a legitimate concern because we do have elected leaders in Douglas County, at the county commission, and at the state representative level who advocate for teachers to be able to conceal carry in schools, even though it's not backed by any research or data. I have been to Superintendent Kane's Zoom meetings about the MLO up bond. I've been to 2 of them, and I've listened to several of her interviews. Over and over, people have asked, and over, she has said that no teachers and staff will be carrying firearms in our schools. I know the board has been receiving emails about it too. Someone shared an email with me where Superintendent Kane said, "I can assure you that we will not be spending bond dollars on any kind of weapon or anything related. I want to reassure you that the district has no plans to arm teachers or staff. It is my view that arming anyone in our schools outside of law enforcement or a post-certified DCSD security staff has the potential to introduce numerous safety concerns, especially in a crisis response situation. I'm asking you, directors, to back up our superintendent with very specific language in the bond or with a resolution, however you do that, but in writing and signed. I think it would be very clarifying for you all to say that the only people carrying guns in our schools will be law enforcement or post-certified security staff whose only job is security. I want it to have no room for the district to use volunteers that would be armed, no matter what their background or training may be. Given that this is what our superintendent has been communicating to the public, it should be an easy ask. It may be repetitive because I know we have these rules elsewhere in our school safety policies, but it's important to hear it from this board on this bond. Please help me and so many others get to a place where we can enthusiastically vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Suya. Mr. Blair, are we ready to go with the online commenters?
Yes, we are, sir.
Okay, we'll start with Mr. Schuler, followed by Tiffany Baker and Kevin Leung. Mr. Schuler, are you online?
Mr. Schuler, can we hear this?
Mr. Schuler, we're showing you online. If you could give us a sound check, we are not hearing you.
I think we might have an audio issue on our end.
Okay, we may have an audio issue on our end. If it's okay with the board, let's take a 10-minute. Mr. Blair can troubleshoot, and we'll come back to our online commenters. We'll start back up again at past. Thank you. Mr. Blair says we are ready to go, so we will start with Derek Schuler, Tiffany Baker, followed by Kevin Leung. Mr. Schuler, are you online and able to talk?
Hi there, can you guys hear me?
Okay, we have you loud and clear now. Please go ahead.
Oh, great. Good evening. My name is Derek Schuler. I'm the Executive Director of Ascent Classical Academies. I'd like to thank you all for your service to the community. On behalf of 2,000 children of Ascent Classical Academy and the Color Early Colleges, we're asking the Board of Education to support including all children in public schools in Douglas County in their upcoming request for a tax increase for Douglas County taxpayers. While our schools are authorized by the state, we educate the children of Douglas County taxpayers in public schools in Douglas County. All the concerns the board has heard about school funding and competitiveness impact our schools and students as well. Our schools are in high demand by families in Douglas County, as evidenced by our adding over 300 new students in the past 2 years, while DCSD enrollment has been in decline. As a reform-oriented Board of Education elected to serve kids first, we ask your primary focus be on funding students over systems. This is what the parents who elected this board expect and can be done at little cost to the district. Adding students from ACA and CEC will change the current mill levy allocation by about $29 a year, or as the district likes to present, 55 cents per student per week. Well, this is a drop in the bucket for DCSD. This is significant for our schools being able to deliver on our mission and visions. In addition to little cost, it's easy to expand your pool of support for this tax increase that comes at a difficult time for many families. We've provided example language from other school districts that share mill levy with state authorized schools with boards that don't promote themselves as reform friendly. Lastly, is we have heard the concern about local accountability to ensure this additional funding is spent as intended by the voters. The Colorado Charter School Institute has offered to act as a fiscal agent to ensure there's oversight and the funds are spent as intended. We appreciate DCSD's offer to help lobby for equal funding for CSI schools at the legislature. However, that is something none of us have a vote on. We want to partner with the district to advance this, but are starting from nothing without your support today. However, you do have a vote and total control to support funding for all kids today in your mill levy language. Let's start by funding our children's education today and then work on funding at the state level together. In the event the board wants to present and discuss a letter we presented in early 2018 about this topic, we look forward to presenting the complete picture of what was happening in the district at the time. But as Ascent negotiated our agreement with DCSD to transfer to CSI in 2019, AC and the previous board recognized the value of continuing local funding for these Douglas County children. We hope this Board of Education recognizes and values the value of supporting the public education of all children in Douglas County, and you include our students in your language this evening.
15 seconds
agreeing it's the right
remaining.
thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schuler. Tiffany Baker, Kevin Leung, followed by Ursula Kekos. Ms. Baker.
When discussing issues like an MLO and bond, teachers should have a seat at the table, such as a collective bargaining agreement, like our neighboring school districts. Yet, in an email sent from Director Becky Myers to our local teachers union, Douglas County Federation yesterday, Director Myers said, "I believe that the DCSD BOE can make decisions to provide compensation for staff and teachers. So I'm not in agreement to promote a collective bargaining agreement by the DCF. I was a union member from 1997 to 2010 and felt it was time to not be a member because I didn't feel they were representing my opinions and money was not well spent, when most of the money is for political purposes and not going directly to support teachers and students. That is not good stewardship." The response from Douglas County Federation to Director Myers on that was, "Attached, you will find your DCF membership cancellation form with your writing stating, I'm retiring in 2014 and just feel that whatever I can save will be important. I'm not unhappy at all. I just want to save. Would you care to amend your email?" The president of the DCF continues, "I would hope you would know that using dues for political purposes is illegal. Maybe you can point me to a fact-based document backing up your false claim of dues being used for political purposes. Supporting public education without malice or ill towards students and staff is what I stand for. DCF is not interested in labels with conservative, liberal, right-wing, etc. We are interested in working to provide the best learning and working conditions in public education. It is time for action, not platitudes, to do what is best for public education. My question is, are you? Warm regards, Kevin. My comment, let's talk money for political purposes from Colorado Tracer. Kids First candidates raised a combined $100,000 during their school board campaign, a whopping $1,600,000, which was 77% of Kids First donations, were from big donors of $1,000 or more. 1,000 of this was from just 3 households. Multiple donors who helped donate combined a $108,000 to past reformers campaigns contributed to the Kids First slate in 2021. Noteworthy contributions were Ralph Nagel, Andy Jones, George Till, Gwen Benevito. Smells like reformers. You know who did not contribute to the 2021 school board race? The teachers union. Who bought our rookie school board directors? Why don't they want teachers to have a seat at the table with a collective bargaining agreement?
15
Why should we
seconds
trust the school
remaining.
board majority to make decisions for staff and teachers when directors have attacked the teachers union on Fox News? Directors and your cronies attack the teachers union who advocates for teachers. Without a collective bargaining agreement to make us competitive with neighboring school districts, I will be a no vote for an MLO and bond due to not trusting.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Kevin Leung, Ursula Keikos, followed by Tammy Fleming. Mr. Leung.
Board President, Director, and Superintendent Kane, thank you so much for your services. My name is Kevin Leung. I'm a 32 years resident of Douglas County, both paying tax commercially and residential area. I also worked in the 2006, 2008, and 2018 MLO and bond initiative. The polling released on June 7 MBEC presentation shows that the DCSD schools get a 45% approval rating only, a drop of 13% compared to 2018. There isn't support for this tax increase. There's only 39% of the people will vote for it if you have one. Trust, transparency, accountability are still big issues right now. Several lawsuits against the current board, with one at the board majority's secret dealing, continues to waste tens of thousands of dollars. It has not seen a concrete plan to fulfill campaign promise to get accreditations with distinctions for DCSD, but is now asked to give $60 million every year more without the ballot language to limit the money used solely for salary increase. Dora Tucker has a proven track record of passing the mill and bond. Mr. Corey Rice is widely popular and trusted. Our superintendents does not have either quality at the moment to lead us to win this race. And her unwillingness to dealing with the equity policy by kicking the can down the road, affecting her credibility. The community is still deeply divided. Politically speaking, you don't have the support. Yearly inflation is over 9%. Bloomberg economists say that American households need an extra $5,200 in the budget this year due to inflation. Our investment tank, because the stock market is in the bear market, interest rate continues to rise, that her borrowers rent reach all-time high, and we'll get a huge increase in property tax next year. US probably is in recessions right now. You don't have a favorable economic conditions for voter that hurts badly financially this year to say yes 60 days before the ballots come. You need a lot of money and an army of volunteers to reach 200,000 plus likely voter in 60 days, which I have not seen you master
15 seconds
the money
remaining.
or the volunteer. Please listen to your own advisor's conclusions at page 38. This is not the right time to move forward with a funding request to the voter, and far better years to pass the $60 million tax increase rather than voting a Hail Mary pass.
Thank you, Mr. Leung. Ursula Keikos, Tammy Fleming, followed by Eric Walden. Ms. Keikos.
Good evening.
Welcome back. Thank you all for your dedication to our children in this district. I have to say our last mill levy was a huge disappointment. Everything that was promised didn't happen. Everything that our schools were telling us we were going to get, new teachers, librarian, all this great stuff, nothing happened. So if we didn't have the new leadership that we have, I would not support this. But I believe that you will keep your word just like you have with everything else. You've brought in incredible leadership. You've done an incredible job. And I full-heartedly support this mill levy and bond. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Ms. Kakos. Tammy Fleming, Erika Waldeet, followed by Iko Browning. Ms. Fleming. Okay, we will move to Mr. Waldeet, Iko Browning, followed by Jen Barney. Mr. Waldeet.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Eric Woldite. I have 4 kids in Douglas County neighborhood schools, and I'm speaking to you tonight in support of placing the bond and mill levy on this year's November ballot. So there have been a lot of great comments this evening in support, so I want to, in the interest of time, keep my comments short, and I just want to say thank you to Superintendent Kane for her staff for all the work they've been doing over the past few months. Her and her staff have been out in the community, building that outreach and working this experiment to pass the bond and mill levy that we presented to you that's going to be so difficult. But I think we can get it done. Passing a bond and MLO is an investment. They're modest measures that supports our thriving community. Our teachers and staff deserve that support. They work tirelessly for our kids. We need to compensate them fairly. Our families in Sterling Ranch, Canyons, and Crystal Valley deserve to have a neighborhood school, and all our students should be able to go to school in properly maintained buildings. We need to invest in DCSD, invest in our teachers and staff, invest in our students and schools. So, directors, I'm encouraged by your indications to support a vote for placing the MLO bond on the ballot tonight. And for all of you listening out there, please get involved. Please help us get that word out. Visit investindscsd.com. You can donate or volunteer there. And then join us Sunday for a kickoff event at Highlands Heritage Park. Invest in DCSD. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Waldeet. Iko Browning and then Jen Barney. Ms. Browning, are you online?
Hello, yes.
Go ahead.
Hello, directors and Superintendent Kane. I would like to request a commitment from the Board of Directors and the Superintendent that you will not pursue a private school voucher program. When asked about reviving discussions about private school vouchers, a school board director was quoted as saying, quote, "anything is possible down the road," end quote, in an interview with the Colorado Sun in November of 2021. This, to me, is a non-committal response. I don't aspire to diversion of public funds to private pockets in the present or in the future. As the school district plans to ask the voters for funding in order to pay our staff competitively and build new schools in areas of rapid growth, I would like to know that taxpayer dollars will not be diverted to private pockets. Private school vouchers would be subsidies for the moderately wealthy. Private school vouchers would undermine public school enrollment, funding, and quality. Private school vouchers would not help kids with significant special needs. Private school vouchers undermine the common good of strong public education. Private school vouchers signal withdrawal from the community's choice to provide an excellent educational experience for all kids in Douglas County. Private school vouchers signal, "I've got mine, and I don't care about the rest of you. Not my problem." Private school vouchers are part of the ideological agenda of privatization. I would like a written, signed commitment from all of the Board of Directors and Superintendent Kane that you will not pursue a private school voucher program in Douglas County. I need to know this to trust that you will use additional funds wisely. In addition, please do not allow Ascent Classical Academy to suckle at the teat of Douglas County Public School District funding. They are not a Douglas County authorized charter school. In addition, I agree with Ms. Suyat. I request a written statement by the Board of Directors that Douglas County School District will not be arming teachers or parent volunteers. Arming teachers will lead to kids getting shot. This does not promote safety. This will lead to tragic consequences. Finally, I would also like to discuss the need for equity in education. The analogy that I would like to use is shoes. We all have our favorite shoes. I prefer Allegra clogs due to the comfort, fit, and cork footbed. Let's say Douglas County School District were to issue a pair of shoes to all of the students in the district. And let's say you issued everyone a pair of size 10 men's brown leather shoes. That wouldn't do me a lot of good. Let's say you issued everyone a pair of high heels. While that works for some, that wouldn't work well for me or for some of you. We need shoes that fit. Shoes that allow me to do what I need to do. Shoes that allow me to accomplish my mission and purpose for the day. This translates to programs, equipment, supports, and services to help every student achieve their highest potential. Equality is issuing everyone a pair of size 10 men's brown leather shoes. Equity is issuing every kid a pair of shoes that fit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Browning. Jen Barney will be our last speaker tonight. Is Jen Barney online?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, first I would like to thank you for continuing with online public comment. Having 3 kids in extracurricular activities, this is really the only way I can actively participate, and I truly appreciate it. I would like to talk about what I hope to see regarding language on the ballot for the MLO and bond. It needs to be stated that there will be no vouchers, that there will be no arming of teachers and staff, and that none of the funds will go towards the board members' legal fees. It cannot say that there are no plans for vouchers or arming teachers and staff. That type of wording leaves an opening for plans to change, and that's not acceptable. There are parents in our district that have lost trust and confidence in each board member and the superintendent at some point or another, and to have extremely clear wording on the ballot that does not leave an opening for change down the road would help alleviate some of those areas of distrust. I want to vote for our teachers and staff to get the pay they should be getting. We have already lost so many valuable teachers, and children like my son, who's in an SSN program, are already feeling the impacts of these unfilled positions. We love our teachers and our schools, and we chose this district for a reason. Everything on the ballot needs to be clearly and tightly written to help get the votes that we need to pass this. Thank you.
Thank you, and that is our last caller. Thank you, Ms. Barney. At this point, we will move to agenda item number 7 through 18, which is the consent agenda. Do I have any motions concerning the consent agenda?
Director Peterson, I'd like to remove items number 17, superintendent goals, and number 18, amending the resolution for the extended deadline, off of the consent agenda, please.
Okay, we have a motion by Director Ray to move those items. They will be moved to study action, so we will discuss them as individually. No vote is required to move those items. Do I have any motion concerning items 8 through 16 of the consent agenda?
I will move to approve items 8 through 16 on the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by Ray, second by Hanson. Director, and I'll now call the roll. Director Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Excellent, we can hear you now, thank you. Director Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Director Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Items number 8 through 16 are passed by a vote of 7-0. We will take up 17 and 18 at the end of study action items. Moving into item 19, superintendent reports. Superintendent Kane?
Yes, I'd just like to offer a few highlights of the last couple of weeks since we met last, and then I will introduce Mr. Matt Reynolds to give the state testing update. A few highlights. You all know that, of course, school started a couple of weeks ago. Well, our preschoolers had their first day of school this past week, so we were able to go visit our preschools and visit our littlest students so that we could greet them for the beginning of the school year. Our cosmetology program in Highlands Ranch High School had its grand opening at the beginning of the year, so that's very exciting. It's the first time we've had a cosmetology program in our district, and we're really excited about it. We are exploring a junior ROTC program at Chaparral High School. This would be the first time that we will have had a junior ROTC program in our district in a decade. So we're really excited to be exploring that along with them. We're grateful to the administration at Chaparral High School for digging into that. This year, we have introduced several career and technical education programs that were either introduced this year or last year. Castleview High School, we have film, advanced manufacturing, biotechnology. Mountain Vista introduced film. And Thunder Ridge High School introduced welding. So we're continuing to do a lot of work in our pathways. And of course, our Legacy campus will be offering, starting December 1st, the campus, our higher ed partners are starting to offer some of the programming there. So we're slowly getting started at Legacy campus. And we're really excited about the programs that we will ultimately be able to offer to our kids. When it is all said and done, we should be able to send about 1,000 kids through our Legacy campus to have opportunities around aviation, advanced robotics, advanced manufacturing, certified nursing assistant, EMT, culinary, architectural engineering, and a whole number of other programs. So that's slowly getting started with our higher ed partners. We did offer at the beginning of this school year, for the first time, we were able to offer a 3-day effective needs boot camp. Prior to the beginning of the year, we had over 130 participants, including, of course, our special education professionals, many of our leaders, and educational assistants. And then finally, this is a conversation from a prior board meeting. We do now have Narcan in each and every one of our schools, as well as our central offices. So that holdup at the state level has all been resolved. So those are just a few updates since our last meeting, and I'll give you a few bullet points every single time. And with that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Matt Reynolds, and he will go through our state testing update that we promised to give you all. This is meant to be super short and concise because you will get a significant update around our testing results, but we wanted to do some great celebrations and thank our amazing teachers and staff. So with that, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Kane, Board of Education. Always a pleasure to come and share information. I'm really pleased to be able to provide you a snapshot. Really, this is more of a teaser. I couldn't figure out a way to put that in the agenda and call it a teaser because we'll have a more in-depth conversation regarding the data, but I do know it's timely. You have all probably seen some of the articles in the paper and in the news regarding our testing results. So I did want to provide an overview. Here is a graphical representation. This is a different representation that you've typically seen because I've combined all grade levels K through 8 as a snapshot so you can see our progress from 2017 to 2022. Of note, you'll see that there's a blank spot in for 2020. That year's testing was suspended. The following year, which is 2021, that represents another data point, which is a modified testing administration where it was tested every other grade level. So although these bars look similar, just note that that dark blue line here represents half of the students that were taking the test. The one thing that I do like as a numbers person is it's progressing in the right direction. This bar right here for 2022, that represents approximately 22,000-ish students. So it's a massive data snapshot. And to see that progress continue, we are the outlier, and that's why we're making the news on multiple fronts, because we're progressing irregardless of what's going on in the last 2.5 years. And that's really a credit to the 3 ingredients that we have in Douglas County. We have great students, we have outstanding staff, and we have supportive parents. And that recipe has really allowed us to continue much of the work. Really a credit to our teaching staff to continue that work. And it's been incredibly hard and difficult. This is the other thing that was just released. In the state of Colorado, they release growth data. This is a specific growth model. It's called the Colorado Growth Model. It represents a snapshot of students being compared to their academic peers. In other words, if you look at The students who took the test in 2021, students who scored similarly in that year, they're compared against each other in the following year. And they generate what's median growth percentiles. That red line that you see in the middle is the median between 0 and 100. It's the middle number. And the state puts out their expectation as being above that, is meeting or exceeding their expectation. They have 50 as that cut. So in addition to looking at our trend for performance, we also like to look at our trend in relation to that red line to make sure that we're above that red line. Not too surprising, because we're continuing to add layers to our achievement, that our growth is above that red line, which is really, really good. That's another sign that we're moving kids and they're growing. The other data set that we monitor, and this monitoring started back in 2015, is the idea of participation. In the state of Colorado, our parents have the right to be able to opt their children out of testing. So we do monitor the participation. As your participation goes down, your ability to draw conclusions from the data also goes down. So we monitor how much participation is going into our testing. You'll see a trend. Before 2020, we had an upward trend in terms of participation, which is something we in the data world like, because it helps us to draw better conclusions regarding our data. You'll also see that we picked up after 2020 on that same trend. That first year of testing in 2021, you're testing every other grade level, and that's challenging, and we saw that within our test participation, that it wasn't near as high as it was prior to in 2019, but we've recouped some of that percentage difference, which is something that we do monitor. So really, you're looking at the three things: the achievement, the growth, and the participation, which are things that we like to see. Good thing about all three of these is we're progressing in the right direction on all three metrics. Literacy updates. I wanted to provide you a snapshot periodically regarding our work in the realm of literacy, not just our core programs, but also the broader picture of literacy. First, in terms of the core programs, we did professional development at the very beginning of the year. And so I put some numbers together because that's what I like to do. And so in those 2 different vendor workshops that they had across 8 different schools in our district, we pooled our resources together and had satellite opportunities for people to take professional development. And we had just over 1,000 teachers participate from a variety of different grade levels and from different occupations within our system, which is great. A nice dose of introduction to the new core programs. We'll have more opportunities throughout the year to help not only introduce the program, but also help teachers understand how to implement these programs and really make those connections with their students within the programs themselves. One thing that's not covered and captured here is also during the same days, we had another program that we were dipping our toe in with early childhood. So we also had teachers participate in literacy in early childhood. It wasn't with those 2 vendors, but we're also happy to extend to our early childhood, because we know literacy starts even before they get to us. And so it's nice to be able to have that training as well. Another thing that's really important right now, it's very timely. We do have a very large report that's due at the end of the month, which is our REDACT teacher training. This is a report that we have to file with the state that shows and demonstrates what's the percentage or the number of teachers that have completed our training in grades K through 3. Every single one of our teachers, we have to be able to report what they've done, and whether, if they haven't, we have to provide a reason as to why. As of the time that I pulled this, which was the middle of last week, we had almost 1,300 staff members who have had the designation added to their license. So if you use the state's estimate, which is about 45 hours per designation, 45 hours times almost 1,300, that's a lot of hours of professional development that our staff has done in the last 20 months. So within the context of what we've experienced the last 20 months, it's an incredible celebration that our staff was able to, in their own time, go through that 45 hours to get those designations added to their license. This represents one of the avenues. Teachers have multiple avenues to be able to get the training done. So not all staff members have added it to their license. So the number of actual completers of the training is actually more than that number. And as of last week, we had over 93% of teachers K through 3 who have completed the training. I get the pleasure over the next 2 weeks of continuing to add to that number as I work school by school, teacher by teacher, really to paint a picture of where we truly are with this training. So that number will continue to increase up until the time that I actually hit the submit button at the end of the month, which is really, really great. Of note, that number excludes teachers who are new. The state of Colorado put June 1st as the cutoff day. Anybody that's hired after that gets an extension of a year. So we'll continue to work with new teachers. So this work will never end. As we get the people trained, we've got a new batch of teachers coming in. We'll start the monitoring process all over again with them in getting this training. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to some next steps. So I'll be a frequent flyer with you all over the next few months, which I really enjoy because I get to share information with you as it comes in. So of note, right now we're doing our beginning of the year testing. That window just opened up on Monday. That data will be gathered and collected in a few weeks when that window closes. Tomorrow, the Colorado Department of Education releases our preliminary school performance frameworks. Again, that's like our letter grade from the state that lets us know how our schools are doing in regards to their accountability system. That's going to be released under an embargo until the State Board of Education approves them either in November or December. So we have the first crack of being able to look at that and share it with our leaders as they begin to plan their year. A couple other things that we've got in terms of presentations. I have scheduled an end of the year report from last year for iReady. That's something that we've had on the calendar, as well as providing a deeper dive into CMAS data. Not just the broad picture that you've seen today, but an actual deeper dive. And then later on, when the performance frameworks are actually approved by the state, I will come back and give you a summary of where we are with school performance frameworks, and also, which is really important for us, all of the awards that are associated with those school performance frameworks. So with that, I will stop and breathe and get questions if you have questions.
I'll start with it right up front. So bottom line, how did DCSD do compared to the rest of the state so far, in your opinion?
In my opinion, fantastic. I'm really, really happy with our students and our staff. As you see across the state testing across the state, the performance level went down, which really is not too surprising given what we've been through. And to see our numbers continue to grow is really astounding.
Other directors? Director Ray?
Yeah, I would just echo again what you started out with. It's really a huge celebration for our staff to go through what they've gone through and still maintain, like you said, this trend of growth. It is miraculous in many ways, but it's not surprising because of the people that we have doing the jobs with kids. I know this is only a teaser, but one of the teasers that's out there is that we also close the gap with students who are on free and reduced lunches, which I think is another huge celebration. But would you want to speak to that just a little bit, just to give us a teaser for things to come?
Absolutely. I was going to hold that for my future presentation to have another good nugget for that one. Yes, that was a wonderful surprise for us to be able to see. The data points for free and reduced lunch are often something that's hidden to us. When we have students who qualify for free and reduced lunch, we don't always know who those students are. But to see that gap between those students, free and reduced lunch, especially in the environment that we've been in the last 2 years, is really incredible. Because we know from research that the last several years has been specifically hard on students who are free and reduced lunch. And to see that our students have continued to progress and close that gap is really remarkable.
Yeah.
Other directors? And Mr. Blair, if you can get Director Meek back up there on the screen just so I can see if she's trying to talk, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. Other director? Oh, there we go. Perfect timing. Director Meek?
Thanks for not forgetting about me. I appreciate that. Such a great celebration of results. So thank you so much for sharing that. And I know you said you're going to dive deeper in the future. I'm just really curious about the disaggregated scores across all the different student groups. And when do you plan to share more on that? And is that what is feeding into the academic excellence report that's coming up in the monitoring report in January?
President Peterson, absolutely. Both of those statements are an emphatic yes. I do plan on coming back and providing more specific information regarding desegregated subgroups. The desegregated subgroups, you'll see it multiple times because that data is also present in our performance frameworks. But we will also highlight that at a future meeting. And it will also be part of the monitoring report, which will be due later this year.
Thank you very much. And a quick follow-up, if I may. The READ Act training, I think I heard you say 93% of K-3 teachers have completed. I know there was a requirement for a certain percentage to complete for us to receive the funding from the state. Are we on track to receive the funding as we would hope to receive it?
President Peterson, wonderful question. So last week at the State Board of Education meeting, Dr. Floyd Cobb presented the options that school districts have in regards to new legislation. So to get in the weeds a little bit, it used to be that the legislation indicated that the Department of Education would provide us decisions about the extension that we could qualify for if we didn't hit that 100%. Now that rests with our State Board of Education. So they're coming up with a process by which they're going to be reviewing different school districts, and what they're calling that is a good clause effort in order for us to be able to continue to move forward with getting the funding. So we're assuming that when we go through that we're still trying to aspire to hit that 100%, and then we're going to submit all of our documentation as such and reach out to the state and the State Board of Education regarding our options for funding. So at this point, I don't have a very clear answer for that specific question because we're waiting for guidance from the Colorado Department of Education.
And Superintendent Kane has a comment. Go ahead, Superintendent Kane.
If I could add, for the 7%, our executive directors of schools and Mr. Reynolds have a spreadsheet for every single school and have been tracking those individuals. And most of those individuals fall into special situations, such as they're on maternity leave or some kind of other leave. So there are a lot of special situations in our system of this many teachers. And so that last 7% that we're tying up is primarily kind of unraveling specific situations around leave and et cetera. Thank you.
Other directors? I'll throw one last one for Mr. Reynolds, or you can pitch it to whoever. We adopted the 3 new curriculum this year, the Wonders and Benchmark programs based on the science of reading, and especially given our first commenters tonight that talked about early identification of child find and specifically dyslexia. Can you talk to why the district moved to those and what the benefit is in that big strategic seismic shift to a science of reading based program and why that is so important?
Thank you very much for the question. And you started to answer the question for me. The idea of implementing these programs are state approved to be aligned with the evidence-based and scientifically based practices that are associated with the science of reading. These programs are going to be critical for us in terms of alignment with that science and evidence-based instruction. So implementing these programs helps reinforce not only the training that they've just done, but also bring it more closer to our kids in the classroom. So we're hoping that this resource is something that, in addition to the training, is going to get us closer and closer to impacting student achievement and our instruction.
Yeah, thank you. And I know our pilots that we ran last year had outstanding results across the spectrum of our different learners. So thank you for that. Any other comments? Oh, Director Ray, go ahead.
Just a couple of affirmations. One is, I think it affirms when the 7 of us talked about our end statements, whether or not we wanted just to continue with that focus. I think, we all agreed that made sense. And I think this is really an affirmation that what we were doing certainly makes sense. Our focus on academic achievement, which is one of our end statements, certainly is where it needs to be, and the results are clear that is in response to us having that focus. The second thing, I think it just affirms our agenda tonight, that we need to get our teachers better pay because they're doing this incredible work that no other district is doing in terms of setting the trend of continuing growth in spite of these crazy times. So I think it just affirms our agenda tonight that, yeah, let's get her done. So those are just two closing remarks I would make.
Thank you, Director Ray, and thank you, Mr. Reynolds, and we look forward to your future reports.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 21. We're into the study action items. Item number 21 is to approve a resolution on Board of Education Committee areas of focus. And we can have any, if we can bring Director Meek back up, thank you. And we can we discussed this, or this was presented at the last meeting on August 9th. And the intent would be to look at the resolution to give clear guidance to our various board committees. For folks listening at home, in the policy governance handbook that the Board of Education maintains, we do have very clear charters for each of these committees, standard enduring duties that they perform. But we thought as a board, and we do this every year, if I'm correct, Director Ray, we do this every year at the beginning of the year to add additional priorities which may be more emphasis or just appropriate to this year. So with that, I will open up for any discussion of the resolution. Then we'll take motion and discussion around those motions prior to a vote. So at this point, open it up to any directors for comments. Director Ray.
Yeah, I just want to speak to the student advisory group focus because it says no specific focus is on there, and that may have been my bad in not giving you clear recommendations for what their priorities are. So I'm just going to list three. I have these written down too, and I mentioned these to Director Myers also, who's the co-liaison of that group. But one of their area of focus will continue to be what we call student improvement topics. Those things that the students identify that are improvement topics that are critical to their education, and that they will continue to provide us some action kinds of presentations to respond to those topics. The third area is to continue to broaden communication strategies and student input opportunities. And again, this specific area, they've started some great work on this, but it's really a pipeline for us to have really quick access to understanding how students are feeling about various topics. So our students will continue to explore mechanisms for increasing student outreach and input. Also, they will also have a way to formally collect student feedback. And then the third area that this group will continue to be charged with is policy review. So whenever there's any policies that we want to revise or introduce that impacts students, we want SAG, or Student Advisory Group, to have the opportunity to give us feedback and input about those revisions or introductions of new policies. So those are really the three things that I would like to see listed in that appendix as we're voting for this particular committee.
Okay, thank you, Director A. Any other discussion by other board members? Director Meek?
Yes, so I wasn't sure if we wanted to list out the areas. I'll talk about District Accountability Committee first. So I know in years past in resolutions, we've actually listed out the areas that are legally required. And I know this year what's proposed here doesn't have them listed out. And I just wanted to confirm with all of you whether you feel like it should be listed out in the resolution, or if it being covered in the policy governance manual is sufficient. And I just wanted us to have that conversation since it's different than it has been in the past.
Yeah, and thank you, Director Meek. Director Meek did send me an email listing out some of the things that were there previously, and they are all, just to be clear for everybody, there are certain items in CRS, the Colorado revised statutes, that are absolutely required by law that the DAC perform as a required committee by statute. I am absolutely open to just including those in Appendix A. I'll read them very quickly just so that the public knows what we're talking about here. These are listed 1 through 4, and again, these are statutory requirements. 1, give advice concerning preparation and recommendation regarding the Unified Improvement Program. I'll leave out the exact CRS citations just for brevity. The second is give advice concerning budget priorities, including the use of one-time federal stimulus funds. So we're talking CRF and ESSER funds. Third is give advice to increase parent engagement. And the fourth is give advice on the continuous improvement of teacher effectiveness, or also known as SITE, teacher evaluation rubrics. Other items that are identified in the CRS include general items around safety and security, school accountability, committee communication, DAC form, the CART, the Charter Application Review Team, policy review, and evaluation systems for principals and teachers. So that would, if I understand you, Director Meek, the conversation is around, should we just include everything that I just read that is a requirement of the CRS? So I'll open that up to other directors for comments or discussion on that. Director Ray?
Yeah, I would agree. I was kind of confused too, because I agree with you, Director Peterson, that these committees have bylaws that have the charge and typically list of things that they're responsible for doing. There's part of me that likes having it here in our resolution, so it just once again acknowledges to our committees that this is the work that you can do for the board. So I do like to see it listed out, specific those things that we feel like are benefiting the work that we need to do for the school district. So I kind of talking out both sides of my mouth. I agree that we can find those charges, but at the same time, it's nice to have them listed out. So I would advocate to have them listed out.
Other directors? Okay, any other comments on any other sections of the resolution, either the resolution itself or the appendices for each of our committees? Director Weininger? I'm sorry, I'll go with Director Weininger, then back to Director Meek. Thank you.
I'm not sure if we want this on there or if it's just something that FOC can explore another time, but just it's come up that there's other options besides just a 10, 12-year bond and fixed amount MLO. So I thought it might be interesting to have FOC explore those other funding options, but I don't know what the rest of the board thinks or if that should be even a priority.
So that would be independent of the current Appendix B number 1, because that is dependent on a 2022
Right.
bond.
It would just be for future funding. Yeah.
So how would you articulate that?
Explore future funding.
Bond funding strategies?
Yeah, strategies outside of the typical ways. Just because it's been brought up that like our bonds are 10 to 12 years, but we purchase items that are less than that year span. And so maybe we can do a 5-year bond. This is totally outside of what we're voting on today, so I don't want to like muddy that water, but it was just something I wasn't sure.
So if I can offer a twist on that language, explore future bond funding strategies as alternative to current strategies?
Yeah. That's
okay.
Good. I don't
And
want
discussion by other board members on that third priority? Superintendent Kane?
Just a clarification, I think it was explore future funding bond and MLO strategies. Yeah.
Thank you for the backup. So a possible third item on Appendix B to explore future bond and MLO funding strategies as alternatives to current strategies for the FOC. Okay, thank you. Other discussion, coming back now to Director Meek, thank you.
Yeah, no, that's great. Sticking with FOC, I'm just wondering if we want to add the standing focus areas just to be consistent with the other priorities. So the standing focus areas were audit, quarterly financials and budget input, and citizens budget guide. Does it make sense to ensure that, we're listing that for all of them, all of the standing?
Yeah, understood, and I'm just looking in 1.7.3, which is the charge for the Fiscal Oversight Committee. And this is one case where I'm actually weighing with Director Ray. I think it's actually very well listed in there, all those individual things which include budget, operating account, capital, accounting, audit, financial reporting, internal, external, banking, other fiscal matters. So rather than be redundant, at least that's my opinion on it, but I'd be open to other director's thoughts on listing out additional charges for FOC.
I think it just needs to say additional areas, so it's clear that it's not the sole areas.
Okay, so do you have a specific fourth add, and if you could articulate that?
I think it's more of like a heading at the top where it would say additional areas for the Fiscal Oversight Committee include, just so there's an understanding that there are other areas that they're responsible for as well. I think this is where it just gets to be kind of confusing if we're listing it out on one, but we're not listing it out on another. And I'm just trying to figure out a parallel structure where it doesn't feel confusing.
Yeah,
I think in the past, we used to just list everything on each of them.
Yeah, and certainly that's probably my fault. I was attempting to consolidate, not have redundancies. And I think the CRS for the DAC was certainly warranted because that's important because we need to comply with law. And I think it's an addition, but I'm open to any directors, whether you want to list additional areas for each or whether we want to go with standing with what's presented. Director Hansen.
I think that we are at a place where we need to try and encourage as much participation and awareness from our community members as is possible. And if we can make it easier for them to participate and look at one document that's on our board agenda and have everything at their fingertips instead of having to dig through multiple policies and other links and all. I think the easier we can make it for anyone who's willing to take the time to dig into this and look, the better it is.
Okay, other directors? Director Ray.
Yeah, I agree. And I was just looking at last year's appendix for FOC. I don't know, Director Weiniger, if you've looked at those, but there's like 7 items on there: annual audit, revenue generation, cost savings, quarterly financials, et cetera, but it's very concise. And as Director Hansen just stated, they're all in one place. And I know for me, even as a board director, this is where I go to very quickly, when we are doing board reports, I can very quickly see these are the focus areas that we're supposed to be listening for in terms of the work that our committees are doing. So I would really agree with Director Meek and Director Hansen that we find a parallel structure that concisely lists the things that these committees are to be focused on. And I feel, I don't know if you've seen that one from last year, but it seems like it captures pretty well, including, and then you would add the one that you just stated regarding some different ways for expending the bonds. So.
Yeah, and that is. And for anyone looking to keep along at home, if you look back to the August 9th meeting, it was an attachment to the discussions we had at the last meeting. So in fact, I've just opened it now so we can reference that. What's the board's desire at this point? Would you like to go through by appendix and amend, or what would you like to do as a board? Director Wright?
Unless we have additional things that are not represented either in the version, Director Peterson, that you presented tonight and last year's version, I think it's just a clerical thing that can be cleaned up, but I would suggest that maybe we just put it on consent agenda in September, get it cleaned up and get the language parallel, and then I would have no problem approving it on a consent agenda.
Okay. So what I'm hearing, for clarification, is to take previous years, merge it with the additional items here, but in general, stick to the more comprehensive one-stop shopping list to basically also, and I'll put this out to all board members, unless you let me know, I'm going to assume that everything from last year stands, and it would just be additions for this year. Okay, and with that, what I'm also hearing is someone may be ready to make a motion to table this and bring it back on the. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Director.
I would say almost. So I like that approach, but I do feel like maybe the long range planning committee has some differences. And Director Williams and I were able to talk with the SCUBA sub-team today. And I don't know, Director Williams, do you feel like it's worth talking through any of those? Because those are different from last year.
Director Williams.
So the only one that actually, after I sent the email and started thinking about, was maybe as a board, we need to discuss the position at which we were maybe suggesting that the LRPC does not make recommendations to the board, but instead analyzes, what did I write? Provide and analyze, not just one recommendation. So that was one thought from some of the people on the LRPC. Since that meeting, I've had some time to kind of think about it, and I'm not really sure how I feel, but all the other committees do give us recommendations. So I don't know that we should change that or not. So just to discuss.
Yeah, and I think the areas that we were talking about were looking at declining enrollment areas and outreach to receive feedback from the community on various options. Also looking at moving 6th grade to middle school, and also looking at universal pre-K capacity. And all of these areas really influence the school capacity and boundary analysis committee. And so those are more specific than we have provided in past years. And I think we felt like it was worth us talking about it as a board, whether we really wanted to be that specific and ask them to move forward in those areas.
For clerical purposes, I agree. I think we could keep what is in the current resolution for today under Appendix C as item 1, and then maybe move items 2, 3, and 4 to sub-bullets, because it gives them a little bit more focus under the school capacity and boundary analysis. And I do think, especially if a bond should pass and we are building 3 new neighborhoods and revising 2 neighborhood kindergarten through and elementary school, and rehabbing 2 middle schools, that would be a very specific area of focus to consider. We are addressing areas of growth, but specifically we'll need to come back and not to wind up like Jeffco and address areas of declining enrollment. So I would actually like to see those broken out as sub-bullets under the main boundary analysis charter, if that's okay with everyone. Director Ray.
I just want to respond to Director Williams' question about analysis versus recommendation, because I would really have a difficult time with any of our committees not making recommendations to us, because that's really the purpose of the committees, to help us do our work. Their recommendation very well may be is that we can't give you a firm recommendation because we have, half of us feel this way and half of us feel this way, which I'm fine with. But I think for us just to say, we want you just to do the analysis and not the recommendation, I'm not sure. I don't know that that helps us do our work.
I agree, which is why I
I
kind of
will
come
own
back.
that. That was more me, Director Ray, having the when we were having the conversation, talking about asking the committee to look at various options that would exist with declining enrollment or universal pre-K, different areas like that. And so that was something that I had brought up and we were talking about recently. It feels like the LRPC has come back and said, well, we kind of feel like the board needs to make this decision, but they're doing the pre-work of gathering input, analyzing it, synthesizing it, and then kind of giving us the various options. But that was more something I was driving in the conversation earlier today.
And I agree with Director Ray and Williams on this, that, the role of the committees is to make a hard recommendation, or, as he said, present pros and cons and then throw it to the board. But I would appreciate where they can make a recommendation that they do so, even if the board may or may not agree with that. So thank you. Other director comments? So, Director Williams.
I'll make this very fast, just to tie up LRPC. I did send an email to Director Meek and Superintendent Kane earlier today with a little bit different language that I can also forward on to you. But when it came to this sixth grade, moving sixth grade, we kind of changed the words to analyze the short and long-term impacts of moving sixth grade to middle school where possible for both middle and elementary schools. So just to kind of narrow the focus. But I can send that to you. You don't have to write it now.
Okay, motions around this. What I'm hearing from the directors is a desire to actually, again, consolidate old and new with the exceptions that were mentioned tonight, and then replace this, hopefully for action on consent agenda in the meeting in September so we can get this right and get it out to our committees. Okay, and if there's no other things, I will move on. Do we need to vote on that? I think we need to vote to actually table the item.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to table item number 21 to meeting specific to September 25th. Is that our 27th? Thank you, Director Williams. Table is this agenda item to our meeting on September 27th, where we anticipate seeing it on the consent agenda.
Okay, motion is stated by Ray. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Williams. I will now take the roll. Director Hansen.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weininger, motion is tabled by a vote of 7-0. We'll move on to item number 22, which is a recap of staff recommendations for the potential bond and mill levy override. Over to Superintendent Kane and staff.
Okay, well, good evening, everyone. It's a privilege to be here again talking about funding. And so I'm going to go through a recap of what we talked about on August 9th. I did upload a most recent version of the slides today based on a lot of feedback that we received via email, especially over yesterday and today. So I hope you'll forgive the last minute changes, but I wanted to be sure to be able to respond to feedback and the questions that you all must have with respect to that feedback. So I'm going to go over the overall staff recommendation, shortened from last time. I promise I won't take as much time as I did last time. We'll talk about the bond and the mill levy override, ballot language, next steps and questions. I'm a little concerned this might not be my current version. So if it's not, I will ad lib and make sure I cover all those things. So as before, we always start with our kids. We want to make sure that we continue to be a destination district where our families want to come and send their kids to, where companies come from out of state to move to Douglas County for access to our school system, where teachers want to come and be a part of our system. I believe it was Holly Kluth who had a great public comment around the economic engine for a community, and very much our school system is truly the backbone of our community. We want to make sure that we continue to offer our kids tremendous opportunities in the areas of pathways, whether it's career college or service pathways, and make sure that our schools continue to be a point of pride in our community. Just a quick summary on the MLO. This is where we sit today relative to our neighbors in terms of our mill levy override. The mill levy override is, of course, the gray part. So you can see that we currently raise $1,151 per student through our existing $74 million mill levy override, and that is quite a bit different than our neighbors, which is what causes the dispersion in funding. So in fact, it's about $1,900 per student different than Cherry Creek School District. So if we had that full $1,900 a student, it would be $124 million a year. That's why we can't pay competitively. On the capital needs side, again, just a summary of how we've handled capital in the past. From 1984 to 2006, we were able to pass a bond on average every 3.5 years, which enabled us to build all the amazing schools that we have in our district today, and enabled us to invest in capital, school buses, maintaining buildings, et cetera. And so it is our hope and our recommendation to you all that we find a way to get ourselves back onto that kind of cycle so we can continue to provide schools and capital investment for our community. Okay, so staff's recommendation, as a reminder, was a $60 million mill levy override, which would equate to about $943 a student. So it doesn't get us that full 1951 difference, but it gets us about halfway there. A $450 million bond to build and expand neighborhood schools and handle ongoing capital needs. The taxpayer impact of the MLO alone is $1 per week per $100,000 in home value. So for a $500,000 home, that is an impact of $5 a week or $255 a year. That impact will not increase over time with higher assessed values because our mill levy override is a fixed dollar amount, as Director Weininger pointed out. It's a fixed dollar amount, so it will not go up as assessed values increase. And in fact, as we have growth in our district, it will diminish. The impact on any individual taxpayer will diminish because there's more of us to spread that impact across. The taxpayer impact of a $450 million bond would keep the mills the same as they are currently. So there would be a no dollar impact to our taxpayers based on what they're paying right now for our existing bond payments. If we were to not pass that $450 million bond, there would be a slight decrease, and it would be a larger decrease over time in their taxes. So we want to make sure we're totally transparent with our taxpayers. So the combined impact is that $0 per week plus $1 per week, which is $1 per week per $100,000 on home value. The staff recommendation for the mill levy override was a $60 million mill levy override. It's important to note that that is divided between the district's allocation and our district authorized charter schools. We have typically put out a per student share, and we'll continue to do that under House Bill 1375 and make sure that the money is following the students within your jurisdiction. So that's $15.5 million to our charter schools and $44.5 million to the district. And I do want to point out for anyone listening that our charter schools will be making their own determinations as far as how this impacts compensation in their schools. We are going to talk about how we use the $44.5 million to impact compensation within our district-run schools. So our specific district compensation changes, we're using 70% to go towards our teaching staff, so our licensed staff, and 30% to go towards our non-licensed staff. This is consistent with the ratio of how we spend our salary dollars today. About 70% go to licensed and 30% to non-licensed. This keeps our ratio the same. The impact for our teachers is laid out very specifically in the revised salary schedules. Someone was asking me about this last night and why we took this approach. And one, of course, was to be really specific. But my other comment was, we can do math before or after November, but it turns out the math is going to be the same. So this math is based on our existing teachers. And so looking across our base of our employees, the employees that are with us today is how we've done all this math. The revised salary schedules are published, and they're published as post-MLO. There's a few examples up there. Starting salaries increase to between 10 and 12%. And individuals that are over the new cell, which is not many because this actually puts 92% of our teachers on the schedule, but those individuals that are over their new cell would receive a one-time pay increase of one-time stipend of 3%, para-includable, in addition to the 2% that they were already promised at the end of last year. And then on the non-licensed side, we have an increase, a flat increase for classified staff of 9% to their base ongoing. Professional, technical, and administrators of 6%. And the ranges, everything shifts. Everything shifts by that percentage. All the current people, all the ranges. And so that would put our new MLO situation here. And these, Mr. Blair, these, that would be really great. Yeah, that would be really, really great. Or I don't know if it would help if I email. I think Ronnie emailed it as well. If we can just pause on that dramatic note for just a second, we're going to grab the latest slide deck. So thank you for your patience.
Well, they're waiting. Can we ask a question?
While we're waiting, if any directors have any questions or comments so far, and we'll keep it brief while we get up the other presentation. Director Ray, I believe you may have one.
So going back to that employee that is over the new cell that we've given a one-time stipend to, are we repeating that? So we've already done that this year with those employees that were over that new cell. Now we're shifting the cells up 9%. That employee still isn't in that new cell yet. They're over that new cell. Do they again get another stipend, another 3% stipend?
Yeah, that will be our strategy until they get on cell. So as we enhance the schedules over time, what we'll ultimately do is add steps. So where that employee may not have been on cell before, once they get on cell, they'll be in rhythm. But in that temporary space between now and when they get on cell to have rhythm, we'll continue to fill it in with the one time. I hope that made sense.
No, I mean, I think just for me, just knowing that those employees will get an additional stipend if the MLO passes.
Correct, yes.
I think
it
that's
is
what we need.
additional. Yes, I had an email exchange with an employee today and I was talking about 3% and she replied and said it's 2%. And I said, oh, no, it was 2%. The 2% was a commitment already made to you. You're getting the 2%. That's not at question here. It's an additional 3% if the MLO passes.
Thank you.
And it's also in addition to the retention bonus or retention stipend that our staff will be getting in September. So this is really a triple impact on our staff this school year if you guys decide to go this direction. The compensation timeline, thank you, Mr. Blair. Magic, okay, great. Compensation timeline, again, is January payroll would be the lump sum and February payroll would be the new rate of pay. This is the good stuff. So based on the feedback that we've received, and I believe I received questions from at least 4 of you, Director Weininger, Director Hansen, Director Ray, Director Meek, Director Peterson, I think almost all of you, was about if we can make a change to the language to take out the but not limited to make it even tighter around compensation. We can. Keeping in mind that again, this completely locks us in. Now, we made the other change that we would have to make along with that is to say salaries and benefits. When we're speaking about benefits, we're really speaking about that fully loaded cost of increasing somebody's salary. So that means that the district's paying more in para on their behalf. Anytime we make an increase, it's more than just what goes in an employee's paycheck. It's para, it's Medicaid, it's a whole bunch of other stuff that we have to pay as well. So that putting that salaries and benefits in there alleviated that concern from staff's standpoint to make sure that we're still talking fully loaded. I want to be really, really clear about this. If you all commit $60 million or our 45.5 to this, to the resolution that you're considering tonight, and you have this language, the new compensation that goes in place will use up the MLO every year from here on out. So once we make that increase is continually paid for by the MLO from here on out. So there's no future decisions to be made regarding salary, because once we say, Director Myers, I am going to give you a $10 raise, that $10 raise is $10 every year, all the time, which will be paid for by the MLO every year, all the time. So I just want to make sure I'm really clear about how that math works. It's not that there are continued increases. This one increase that we're making in 22-23 uses up the MLO dollars going forward. Does that make, hopefully that makes sense. So that's the language piece. It's up to you, President Peterson. If you want me to answer it now, I can.
Yeah, while we're on the slide, why don't we just answer any
Sure.
questions around the map?
MLO.
I'm seeing some looks here. So any directors have any questions on that or clarifying?
Just want to clarify
Yeah.
that. So it's not that you will not get a raise, because every time you move a step, you basically get an increase in pay.
Correct.
What you're saying is this locks us into the step and ladder that we have.
You moved it all up.
That's it.
Yep.
We don't have any other latitude to adjust that step and ladder
With this 60 million.
with the $60 million.
Correct. We picked the whole structure and we moved it up. So this 60 million doesn't cover us like doing that again next year, picking up the whole structure and moving it up, right? So we pick the whole structure and move it up to the equivalent of the MLO, and then that's the MLO going forward.
Are you concerned with that? So are you concerned?
I'm not. I just
Okay.
wanted to be right.
Okay.
What I don't want is people saying, "Ooh, I get a 9% raise every single year from here on out." Or the other thing is, I want to make sure our community understands that once you've made a decision tonight with respect to compensation, unless you plan on cutting people's pay, which I certainly assume you don't, there's no way to go back and be like, "Oh, we've changed our mind. We want to use the MLO for something else." It's used once this compensation change is made. So that's what I really want to be clear about.
And one other comment on that, the 60 million lifts the compensation plan.
Correct.
But every penny of that will go to compensation.
Yes.
And nowhere near cover when you brief the entire district budget. I mean, I think it was 86% of our total operating cost. And so you will have to use the entire MLO if approved, and a vast majority of the School Finance Act provided funds, which include both taxpayer and state equalization portions of those funds, to be able to implement this program going forward. So what I'm getting at is if we take that first but not limited to out, we're only funding part of that program, but every dollar of that 60 million cannot go towards any other thing other than compensation.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. Every dollar has to go towards compensation. And when we lift the schedule, that lifting of the schedule will cost us, the district's 45.5 million that you all have direct control over, and then it's done. Yeah.
And one last comment, there is a follow-on item after this, I'll remind directors, which we could consider to preemptively lock in those schedules to further commit. So this will not be an issue of kind of maybe we'll do this, trust us.
Yeah.
We will potentially go to the specific step of locking in exact dollar amounts, which would further handcuff us. It's like using a time machine, should this pass, to go forward and lock in that specific step and lane under the new MLO.
President Peterson?
Sorry, I'm just getting, if we can put Director Meek up, I'm just trying to get to the point of trust that certain people have concerns about where will this really go? Is the language tight enough? I don't think personally, as one director, we could make it any tighter by removing the limited to language and potentially locking in those schedules. I mean, that is the ultimate handcuff to commit to exactly what we're going to do and leave us with zero wiggle room on any of those funds. So I just want to be really clear what we are potentially voting on for language and the next item.
Correct.
On slide 15.
Sorry, go ahead, Director Meek.
Thank you. On slide 15, could the language say general fund purposes limited to? And then go into the phrasing.
So can I ask you to hold that question till the end, Director Meek, when after Jana introduces our guests?
Yeah. Okay, sure. And actually, I'll let you get back on your presentation. I know we took a little, but it was, I think it was clarifying while the language was up there. Director Ray, if you wanted to follow up on the language.
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Or follow up on our discussion about the framework
Okay.
being permanent for the $60 million. We also know we've got some problematic areas in our step and lane in that how it doesn't compensate veteran teachers. Or so does that prevent, because I know that our statement to our teachers has always been, this is just the beginning.
Yeah.
We still have work to do. We're not there yet. We're certainly not at a point where we can even say we're competitively compared to yet, because we still have work to do within that framework. So I just want to clarify that it doesn't freeze in such a way that we can't continue to improve.
That is correct. It moves the framework that you've approved now up. But we can still continue to make further enhancements to it as state resources allow, as our available financial resources allow us to, for example, add steps, increase the distance between lanes. This initial move up doesn't impact our ability to move up further in other ways. Thank you. All right, so I wanted to make sure to make sure I said all of those notes. Should you pass the resolution that you are considering second after the MLO resolution, the one around compensation, it would be a trigger mechanism. So in other words, if you should pass that resolution that says this is the specific compensation changes from the November 2022 MLO, should it pass, as soon as it passes, we're running and we're making those changes. So it really is a trigger that, again, further locks you into those are the changes that happen when the MLO happens. All right, so I think that I have managed to make those points. And lastly, as I mentioned, the intention is to focus on the increasing compensation for the current school year and maintaining that increase over time. Okay, and so this is what we would look like post a successful MLO. If we do pass a $60 million MLO, we get a lot closer to Jeffco and Littleton, really kind of neck and neck with Jeffco and Littleton, and then closer to Cherry Creek, certainly, than we were before. So this puts us in a much better position. It doesn't mean that we're suddenly going to be able to pay what Cherry Creek is paying, but it means we're going to get a lot closer. On the bond side, this is the bond staff recommendation. As before, this summarizes the different categories that the $450 million would go. New construction for growth areas, student programming investments, which is primarily that programming at the former Wildlife Experience, the Legacy Campus. Safety and security upgrades, I'll talk about that in a second. Capital maintenance and renewal, and bond fees management and contingency. On the new construction, the neighborhood schools would be in Sterling Ranch, Crystal Valley, and the Canyons, and we would expand Sierra and Mesa middle schools. We do have a schedule for that. So we would potentially open Sterling Ranch and Crystal Valley in August of 2025. The Canyons, which is the units are definitely coming just a little bit later. So that would be August of 2026. And then the expansions would be August of 2025. It takes us 3 summers from when a bond passes to be able to actually open a new building. The student programming, we talked about that last time. So career and technical education additions, mainly for the Legacy Campus. Special education programming, our students with special educational needs have other benefits as well in terms of transportation and playground upgrades that are in different line items throughout the bond. And then information technology, that's our device refresh. So after talking to our Director of Safety and Security, we are actually publishing the list in very general terms, but I want the public and you all to see where that $15.5 million came from. We didn't sort of pluck it out of the air, and there isn't room to do anything outside of this list. This is the list of very specific items that total around 15.554 or something along those lines. So you can see exactly where this came from. So it includes replacing aging materials on our windows through, in various places in our district, alarm monitoring replacement, server replacement, door contacts, making sure that our doors alarm throughout our entire district, radio signal boosting, student transportation radios replacement, so making sure our radios are the latest and greatest on our buses, dispatch stations replacement, radio network upgrades, lockdown and intercom systems, and aged legacy cameras, so replacing aged and legacy cameras. That's an ongoing thing. We're just always going to have to continue to replace and upgrade our systems. So we have had some community members ask if the safety and security money would be used for arming staff or anything like that, and the answer is an emphatic absolutely not. This is exactly what the safety and security dollars would go towards. On the capital maintenance and renewal side, again, these projects are all listed out and all part of our bond plan. I hope you were able to peruse the bond mill plan that was on the agenda. That's the one that we've published. Communications did an amazing job of publishing a really beautiful consumable plan that actually shows all of the details to hold us and eventually you guys accountable to. This is, again, that new construction opening schedule. I knew it was on here somewhere. So here it is. And you can see that the August of 2025 is foremost, and the canyons would open in August of 2026. And that's based on our enrollment projections, school capacities, anticipated staffing, et cetera. And now this assumes that everything goes well. So if you know something goes really wrong, there might be a delay, but this assumes everything goes to plan. The draft bond language is unchanged from when we looked at it the last go-round. And again, where we're really locked in is implementing capital improvements as described in the bonds, in the bond priority plan, which is what we have published. And so for next steps, I'm going to ask Interim CFO Janice Schleisner to come up and introduce our special guests that are here to consult with us and with you all as you finalize what you want to do.
Thank you. I'm very excited to introduce this group of people. We couldn't do all of this work without them. They have just been priceless in everything that we do. So first is Kim Crawford. She is our bond counsel from Butler Snow, and her son actually works in our department. So love having that connection. Next is Courtney DeGardy, and she is also part of the Douglas County family in that she went to Eagle Ridge Elementary School, Crest Hill Middle School, and Highlands Ranch High School. So thank you. And then finally, Maddie Pradanovic. Am I saying that right? I've never actually said your last name. She's from Hilltop, and she has been running just endless scenarios for us. So thank you all.
Your next steps are to consider the 3 resolutions in front of you. The resolutions will take care of the language, all the election logistics, as well as the IGAs. It's all wrapped up into those resolutions. So you have a resolution regarding the mill levy override. And if you vote to, we've got 2 posted, the one we originally posted, and then the one with alternative language based on feedback. And then the resolution that you all requested regarding making the compensation changes in the event of a 2022 mill levy override passing. So you have those in front of you, and certainly we're here for questions. And just a couple of quick notes. One is that if you all vote tonight to put those on a ballot, staff are all under the Fair Campaign Practices Act. We do have a communication ready to go for our staff in the event that you make that approval so that they all are understanding the campaign do's and don'ts. And then additionally, we would certainly recommend in the event that something passed that you continue your MBOC committee so that they can continue to perform that oversight work on behalf of the Board of Education. With that, we're happy to take any of your questions. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, Director Williams.
Thanks. Thank you for the presentation, Superintendent Kane. So on slide 10, you talked about the money being distributed between charters and the neighborhood schools. And you said that we don't have oversight into that. How do we ensure that they are following what's been put on the bond in MLO?
So you do actually have oversight capability of your district authorized charter schools. They are required to follow the language, and that requirement is actually held by you and the charter contracts that you have with those charter organizations. So they would be required to provide whatever kind of documentation the district would be providing to the Board of Education as well as to the Mill Bond Oversight Committee to verify the use of those dollars. I think I had mentioned earlier that we have spoken to all of our charter leaders And they are all under the full understanding that this language locks them in every bit as much as it locks you all in, to making sure that every penny for them goes to strictly to compensation to include benefits, so loaded compensation.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Director Ray?
Just to follow up to that, because I'm not sure that's always how it's been. So when I think about the 2018 ballot, we talked about, we funded a counselor, for instance, in every building. We took care of pay gaps. And I don't know, honestly, I mean, I'm speaking to just one board director, that I really knew how the charters were actually, whether they were in alignment with that ballot language or not. The thing that was nice about MBOC is that was one of their tasks, is they had to say, are the expenditures that we are expending, is it in alignment with the ballot language and the way the taxpayers intended for this ballot to be passed? And so I'm just curious, Superintendent Kane, in terms of that, will MBOC have access to the charters in terms of being able to account for their spending? Will the charters also be under that MBOC oversight, if you will, to be able to hold them accountable? Because our ballot language is very specific. It just says it's got to be compensation, and it's to help retain and pay our teachers. So I know in the past, for instance, when we pass through MLO funds, we sometimes don't hold our charters to the same degree that we're doing at the district level, because at the district level, we're saying, here's the salary schedule, here's how you know that we are doing our part to do what we said we would promise to do. So I need some clarity understanding that, because that's a concern of mine too.
It would absolutely be our recommendation that you do indeed ask the charters to account for the mill levy override dollars that you are passing through, especially with ballot language that is this locked in. And they would do that through our finance group in the same way that they would account for READ Act dollars or something else that you as a Board of Education are held accountable for. But that ultimately, that oversight does belong to you. You're the entity that would be putting this question on the ballot. And so that oversight is ultimately your responsibility. Jana, do you have anything to add to that?
I'll just add that we can easily watch that through. We do get their budgets that we review, and we review their quarterly financials as well as their year-end audits, and get detailed general ledger information that we then upload to CDE. So we have a lot of different mechanisms that we can watch it, since this is such more specific language that we have to abide by.
And would the charters be willing to have MBOC as an oversight group for doing what Ms. Schleichner just recommended?
We actually had a discussion. So I was able to do a Zoom meeting with all of our charter leaders last week to discuss the MLO dollars, the disbursement, the role of the Board of Education as the ones putting those dollars on the ballot, and your accountability as such. So yes, but truly, they are accountable. If you ask the question of show us where you spent these MLO dollars that we passed through and prove that you met the ballot language, the answer isn't no, or we'll think about it. They do need to do that. They're accountable for those dollars through your oversight.
Great.
Fair?
If you could bring up the ballot language with the proposed changes, and this may, again, go to bond counsel, because I heard two separate things. I saw what was presented by staff as a potential change. Oh, there we go, right there. And then I heard Director Meek say something different. So is there a substantial difference to eliminating but not limited to, or what I believe I heard Director Meek say, changing the language to thereafter for general fund purposes limited to? Is there a substantial difference between those two options?
I'm not sure how to answer that question, or if we want to go ahead and answer that. Yeah. And go ahead. Yep.
Hi, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. Kim Crawford from Butler Snow, and I've worked with the district for quite a while on the ballot questions. So under state law, when you get a mill levy override, it is for general fund purposes. So we say that. So thereafter, for general fund purposes, including the colon, and so this is what you are using your general fund mill levy override for. So I'm not sure what Director Meeks, if she wanted me to remove the general fund purposes, but I think.
No, the difference
Yeah,
would be.
I'll go ahead and speak for myself.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry if it was confusing. I was just wondering if it was possible to use language where it said for general fund purposes limited to, and then going into retaining and attracting, but it may be standard language to always use including. My question was, did you need including? Could you just say for general fund purposes limited to, and then go into how it's limited?
We could say that.
Yeah, so Director Meek, if you didn't hear that, the response was yes, we could say that, but it doesn't sound like there's a substantial difference. And I'm wondering myself, does the next item kind of just moot that out? Because at least in terms of the roughly 45 million share for the district, we would be committing to a very, very specific, it wouldn't even be general teachers and staff, it would be a very specific spend and allocation. So, other director comments, questions? Director Weininger.
Do you feel confident that the language salaries and benefits covers all the compensation you need in that plan, or should it say compensation?
We talked about that, and we feel comfortable with salaries and benefits. We don't want to imply to the public that we don't have great health insurance, but then we started to go down a rabbit hole of like para, Medicaid, and we were like, no. So salaries and benefits covers that loaded compensation.
Director Williams.
Sorry, to piggyback off of Director Weininger, would that then limit you from being able to do like this retention bonus that you did this year, since that's not necessarily a salary or a benefit? Or maybe it is?
Well, again, once you make the change of pushing this schedule up, there's kind of no more what could we do with the money, because you just determined what to do with the money. So I appreciate the questions from a hypothetical standpoint, but truly, once we move those schedules up and commit to those ongoing changes for the rest of our staff, there isn't anything left to wiggle with.
Director Hansen.
Yeah, thank you. If this board or the next board, I have no idea who will be sitting in my seat in 2 years. We don't know what this board is going to look like when these funds are still being used. If a board decided to punt this entire plan and create a voucher program, which is one of the things that we have had an email about, what are the consequences of violating the exact language of the MLO?
Well, first of all, to be really clear, the only way to do that would be to like move all the schedules back down and give everybody a 9% pay cut. And then, repurpose. Under this language, though, you would not be able to do such a thing. And again, it would require moving giving everyone a pay cut. I just can't
Virtually impossible.
I can't personally see a universe where that is something that anyone would do. That's just my opinion. But in terms of consequences, I'm not really sure. Yeah.
So certainly you are limited to what you're saying in this ballot question now. So you can't take that $60 million in 2 years and use it for vouchers. If you are, you're violating your voters' clear authorization, you're violating state law. You're using it for things that you're not authorized to use it for. You could repurpose the question at some point in the future if changed circumstances allowed, but you'd have to go back to the voters. So any taxpayer would have a right to challenge your expenditures on this money, to challenge your use of the money.
So one follow-up to that, because I have made a statement about vouchers and I left a hanging, anything's possible in the future. If hypothetically we had a state level program implemented, come top down from the state that said, we're getting rid of all MLOs, whatever, we're going to a complete universal thing, this would not in any way restrict us from doing what we would have to do if something was opposed from the outside from the state as well, correct?
Again, this mill levy override money is spent. Once we move those schedules up, it is spent.
Right.
Unless you plan to do a 9% decrease for, everyone across the board, there is no using this for something else down the road. It is spent. That resolution, the trigger resolution, it's spent as soon as it's passed. So I don't know if that helps. And so I can't see a universe, I'm happy to say out loud, at all where you could possibly spend it on anything except what's in this ballot question, because you would be in violation of state law. And that's not good. State could withhold funding. There's all kinds of bad things that happen if a district is in violation of state law.
And again, I'm just trying to, I think I made an earlier statement, we try to make this as tight as possible. In fact, I believe in this case, so the voters know that, there's been ideas of trust brought up. We're kind of going through this exercise, I believe, to say, look, there's not a lot of trust or faith you're going to have to put into the board, because if the board commits to this language in the next thing, we've kind of locked our hands and we've committed that this is exactly what will happen to the taxpayers.
And just to be super specific for some of the things that we've seen in email and have been swirling, if you used this money for vouchers, for example, which I've never heard any of you talk about to me, but if you were to use this money for that, you would be in violation of state law. If you were to use this money to arm teachers, also not something any of you have ever mentioned to me or that I would be in support of, you would be in violation of state law. So this keeps you really, really tight. It binds you and it binds future boards. And one of the reasons that legal counsel, if I may, often gets jumpy about being this tight, I'll give you an example. We passed a mill levy override in this district a long, long, long time ago that spoke to world languages. We don't live in a funding world where we can afford to offer every elementary student world languages. So in that kind of situation, life looks different 20 years from when that language was passed. This, however, because it's, again, once we move those salary schedules up, we're committed to the money. It's not a programmatic thing like world languages. Staff feels more comfortable with recommending that you box yourself in this way. Did I explain that okay? Yeah.
Director Hansen.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. I know that was a hard question. I know there are hard questions coming to you. While I have this chance, I want to say sincerely thank you. You are doing a phenomenal job of responding to every single email that comes into your inbox with really hard questions. And when we actually move to the next part of the discussion, I want to have a conversation amongst the seven of us about what we can do better to mirror what you are providing to our community. To say we have an uphill battle to get, 107,000 votes, is that our goal? Every single vote is going to matter, and taking the time to respond one at a time is going to make a difference. So thank you for the hard question. I have one more hard question for you.
Okay.
And this is something that I've learned from mistakes in the past. If we have an opportunity right now to hit a hard topic head on, I think that it will educate more members of our community, can stop that spiral that happens on social media, and provide factual information and why, rather than saying just because. I appreciate the changes we've made to the ballot language. And the next question that I want to ask is, where in the MLO and the bond language does it designate which schools will receive that funding? And I want to give you an opportunity to explain why the recommendation came from you, which I agree with and wholeheartedly support, but I want to give you an open mic opportunity to explain why assent is not recommended to be included in this MLO and bond, because I really think it's important for our public to fully understand and be able to have conversations with accurate information.
Okay. I would be happy to answer this question. first of all, this isn't a me decision. It is ultimately a board decision what you want to do. However, the reason staff is recommending including our district authorized charter schools has to do with accountability. It's the Douglas County School District that authorizes our charter schools, passes state funding through to our charter schools, has oversight of our charter schools as we just discussed at length. It is the 7 of you who are accountable for this ballot language and for the money being spent consistent with this ballot language. If you were to send money outside to another district or a charter school authorized by another entity, you just don't have that legal oversight. With our charter schools, if they don't spend the money per the ballot question, they're in violation of state law, and under the charter contract, you can hold them accountable for being in violation. Whereas if anything that goes outside of the district, MBOC can't necessarily account for, and you all can't account for. So it is this entity, Douglas County School District, and specifically the 7 elected officials that are responsible for Douglas County School District that are putting this ballot question, this question on the ballot and looking at collecting the taxpayer dollars that go with the question. And so you, 7 of you, are ultimately accountable for where every penny of those dollars go. I hope that was clear. You know, I have a charter background, and I absolutely believe in taking care of all kids. This is a taxpayer view that I'm giving to you. All of our charter schools should have equal funding, no matter who authorizes them. But ultimately, it's the authorizer that is the facilitator for getting that funding through to the schools that are authorized by them. I hope that makes sense.
Absolutely, thank you. So the actual ballot language does not say Douglas County School District schools. And I just want to avoid any possible confusion. What do you need from the board, if this is ultimately our decision? What do you need from us so that it is perfectly clear for anyone curious what schools are going to be included in these funds?
It's clear the way that it is, at least from a legal standpoint. I think you would have to look at additional language if you wanted to do something else.
Do you need us? I'm very hesitant to change the language on the ballot because I know how much work has gone into vetting the legal part of it. I completely understand. I want to make sure that the communication has been clear to our community so that we don't get into a situation of, I thought this was going to go to this school and it's not. What can we do as a board to support and clarify which schools will be receiving funds?
You can do that through your conversation. The language is tight and is around your umbrella. But you can certainly, as you have conversations and talk amongst yourselves as you're debating these issues, those conversations can be shared.
Well, I know that this is question time, but since you mentioned conversation, I will very clearly say that when we first started receiving the questions from our Ascent families and leaders, that I really had to take a step back and process their request with our responsibility. And I independently came up with the exact same conclusion that you did. We cannot provide funding to an entity that we do not have any oversight. And I feel like you need to hear, I know you've been getting beat up. I know you guys have been getting beat up. And I think it's really important for our community to hear that this board and this superintendent took a very hard position. And I know there's concern about voucher programs and where's this money going to go. If you can't look at this decision and say that Douglas County is not going to give $1 to a school that we don't have oversight over, I think it's really important to highlight that we are going to keep these dollars in our umbrella in our schools. And I think it's really important for the assent conversation to have the why, and I think it's really important for the voucher conversation to have the why.
And I should have mentioned, and forgive me for being reminiscent and mentioning this. From my perspective, any school that wants to come be part of Douglas County School District, we are an umbrella that truly has welcomed so many different schools. From my perspective, I would hope that a school would want to come be part of our umbrella, and then have all the benefits. And I believe Mr. Colella said it really well, all the benefits, and the challenges that go with, being under the umbrella. So I do want to make sure that from my perspective, I would love to see schools, that Ascent, for example, could come back into the Douglas County School District family. That's an option that would ultimately be up to you all. But from my perspective, that is definitely an option available to them.
Thank you. And I think any other board members that can chime in on the conversation is beneficial as only one person weighing in.
No, and I think we do need to have conversations. So just to keep it a little bit on track, but I do want to have a robust conversation. Are there any other questions for the superintendent and staff? And then we'll certainly have plenty of conversation about this as board members, and I plan to revisit that specific issue. Sorry, go ahead, Director Ray. And Director Meek, since we're looking at slides, if you have anything at any point, please just chime in so we can make sure that we acknowledge any things that you have as well. But go ahead, Director Ray.
So you raised my anxiousness a little bit when you said the 7 of you are accountable for every dollar that this MLO goes to. And that anxiousness, though, goes back to the charter. So we're passing on $15.5 million to a charter, and I have really no idea how they're going to use that. I mean, I know we've got a topic that says retain teachers, give it to compensation. Here in our neighborhood schools, I'm crystal clear how that $40-some million is going to impact our staff. And so my question to you, and it doesn't have to be done prior to considering a vote on this, but can the charters provide us with a crystal clear understanding of how they're going to spend that $15.5 million? Because you're right, we're accountable for that money as well. And I don't want to just pass it through and assume. I think we need to have some kind of evidence that this is our plan. Here's our salary schedule. Here's where our average teachers are. Here's what the average teacher increase will be.
So I have, we've shared our plan with our charter leaders over the last month and a half and recommended that they consider doing something similar where they're really specific. But as their authorizer, because those mill levy override dollars are being passed through, you absolutely get to ask them for account for those dollars in any way that you feel comfortable with as a Board of Education. And we do that already through our financial process, because remember, our charter schools financials all roll up through our stuff. So it's not going to be you calling up a charter school and saying, show me whatever. That'll be your staff making sure that we gather the information that this board feels is sufficient for you to have account for where the dollars went. I would say our leaders are very crystal clear on that understanding that they and ultimately you are accountable for those dollars going to exactly this purpose.
So I'm asking now, as one board director, show us now. I don't want to wait until after the ballot's been approved to say, did you or didn't you? I want some evidence to say, what is your plan? And I don't know if I'm just the only board director that feels that way, but as the authorizer, as you said, we should be able to ask and we shall receive something that from them that gives us specifics. But I would like to see a plan before November of how that $15.5 million is going to be expended. But I guess I open that up to the rest of you. If we're accountable for that every single dollar, we ought to be able to know just as clear what charters are using it for as we are right now with our own staff.
And I'll comment on that. Why I agree with the previous conversation, we definitely have a line of accountability through our district authorized charter schools that we would not have with our state CSI authorized schools. And I see that accountability starting with the tight language, moving through MBOC and the district, and MBOC getting is everything that Ms. Schlusner said, in terms of that. And then ultimately that accountability riding with the taxpayers. Because if we, the board, do not have compliance with as tight as we write this, we can be very specific in the district. However, as long as we have that retroactive accountability and we have that instant accountability through our charter contracts with our authorized schools, I'm happy with that, because I know that what makes our charter schools unique is that nice blend of a degree of autonomy through waivers and things and the agreements with the district, and that accountability that not only will they be accountable to us, the district as the authorizer, they have their own boards that will be accountability to their parents and their local communities that they serve. So I understand your concern, Director Ray. I personally don't need to see a plan before November, other than the reason we are sharing with our district authorized schools is because we do have those agreements with them. So I don't want to press them on a specific plan. However, I absolutely commend Superintendent Kane and the entire staff for frankly saying, well, we trust our board, but we're going to help people trust you by putting out a very specific plan for the district dollars.
If I may, President Peterson?
Please.
So as a former charter leader, I don't think it is unreasonable to ask our charters to publish something on their website similar to what we've done. We have that level of detail for our charters on the bond. So that's just an opinion. Now, of course, all the charter leaders are probably like, they're not, though. I don't think that is an unreasonable request, because certainly it does build trust in our entire umbrella and across our entire system, to include their families and their staff. So I don't think you would see a lot of resistance to that, or any.
Yeah, and I would just comment, Director Peterson, by no means am I asking that we compromise autonomy at all. I mean, I think they still have the autonomy to come up with the plan of how they're going to use the $15.5 million. And I don't think that compromises that whatsoever. But I do think, I don't want to do retroactive accountability. I want to know, when we are talking to our voters, to our community, that when I'm talking to a charter parent, I can confidently say, this is what is going to happen to your teachers, just as I can talk to neighborhood school community in terms of what happens to their teachers. So I agree with Superintendent Kane. I think it's a reasonable ask, and I would like us to be able to see that for all our charter schools.
Yeah, and I like the way Superintendent Kane explained it, because I think we have full transparency where our dollars are going to go. And I'm not suggesting that they submit it to the board for board approval, certainly. But I do agree, if each charter would put out a plan so their parents in the community could look and say, well, what are you planning on doing? Knowing that they all may be somewhat different, but in accordance with the language, probably would help support passage. So thank you. Any other questions for the superintendent or staff before we, I'm sorry, Director Weininger.
I'll go. Are we also asking questions about the bond, or is it just
No,
MLO?
this is exclusively limited to the MLO language, and further discussion, we'll take up the bond and two more measures. Director Myers.
No.
Sorry, Director Williams.
Okay, so then back to my question that I mentioned earlier about the bonuses aspect. If we are going to let charters have the autonomy to create their own plan for how the money is spent, do we need, or should we want? I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know if that needs to be. because I had asked earlier, what if we wanted to give a retention bonus? So what if the one of the charter schools wanted to use it as, bonuses for their staff? Are we holding them to just salaries and benefits?
If I may, so yes, we will need to hold them to salaries and benefits, which can include one-time payments, anything that, benefits an employee through their paycheck, right? So the salaries and benefits piece would be held to, but they may all have different systems. Some of them may have more teachers, so they have to do a different percentage than the charter school next door because they have fewer teachers, or whatever their different situations might be. So the plan wouldn't look the same for the 15.5 million, right? Each charter school would account for their piece of that 15.5 million and what that would look like pertaining to compensation and benefits. And I do want to say they absolutely know that they are locked into this. And, I think you heard that there's universal support earlier, so.
President Peterson?
Go ahead, Director Meek.
Thank you. I very much like the idea of having transparency and a similar process for the charter schools. I think it's really important they have clarity right now with what we're asking of them and by when, and also what we would be asking of them from a reporting standpoint. So do we need to be able to provide that clarity at this point in time?
I think there's a general intent from what I'm seeing up here on the dais to request them to publish something. If we want to put something, I'm not sure what the vehicle would be, but on a further meeting, and then make sure that it is put in before the November ballot sufficiently, maybe something in September. I would certainly entertain recommendations from either staff, bond counsel, or I don't think it would affect the language at all because we would be voting and locking in language tonight. But if there is a ask from our authorized charter schools, I think we should take that up in September to get the earliest look at it possible.
You would need to give them 30 days at least to make sure that they have the ability to have their boards approve and consider whatever their plan is. And truly, many of them may have already done this. And then have them published on their website. So if I understand that expectation, that's just what's your share of the MLO and how will you spend it on compensation? And as for the reporting aspect, if I could suggest, please let staff work out how we handle the reporting aspect from the mill levy override. Again, the same kind of way we handle reporting for the READ Act dollars, et cetera. We're very used to how do we account for these dollars? It's a very typical question.
Okay. Director Ray?
I was going to agree that I think September, at our next board meeting, what was it, September 27th, would be the deadline. I think that we could be specific about, that we'd want to know what those plans are. Those plans have been published to the charter community by then. I know one of the sequence of events that typically happens is that we also consider a resolution to support the ballot initiative that we have just approved. And so I think it would be appropriate timing for us, after we know that all of that is detailed, that then we would come out with a resolution to support the MLO and the bond. So
I concur, and I would extend that to not just our charter schools, but board engagement with our city councils, other leaders in the county to look for similar endorsements or resolutions supporting this. But I do agree with that timeline, and I think that the expectation, without a vote that you're hearing tonight, Superintendent Kane, is that we will be making that request in September. Any other questions? Director Hansen.
Thank you. We have 5 meetings, if I'm counting correctly, between now and Election Day, counting this evening. That's a lot of work to be done, so I want to make sure we're grabbing every opportunity that we're presented. And based on the media coverage that's here this evening, I just want to give you one more chance to answer a redundant question. But our current budget is 85% salary. Is that correct? 80, 85?
85% salary and benefits put together.
Fantastic. And can you just give kind of an overarching, what's that remaining 15%? Summary's fine. I just want to, go ahead.
Could be all kinds of purchase services. It could be contract staff to supplement the staff. It could be supplies. lots and lots of things.
85% is very typical across the metro area for salaries and benefits to be out of expenses.
Absolutely. So the 85% of our current budget is essentially a fixed cost. That is staff salary that we have promised our staff and our employees. We can't change that. The MLO dollars designated specifically for salaries and benefits is also a fixed cost. We cannot change what we're going to spend those dollars on if this passes. So the remainder of our budget that we have to wiggle is really 15%. And I just want to give an opportunity for someone to explain why there isn't any room in that 15% to do something drastic that would be a significant surprise to our community. I just want to give you an opportunity to alleviate any of those concerns out there that are floating around that this money is going to be used for something, or we're going to open up funds that are not currently available to do something wild and crazy that no one sees coming.
So there's absolutely no way for you guys to do something wild and crazy that no one sees coming with the mill levy override dollars. None. With the 15%, that isn't salary and benefits, the Board of Education approves the budget every year. We're incredibly transparent about what that budget looks like. You have dollars to allocate, and we switch priorities a little bit each year, or whatever those changes might be. But generally speaking, it holds pretty steady. But I would state again that I haven't heard from any single director anything about shifting into the things that our community or a few members of our community have raised, specifically vouchers and arming teachers. I have not heard that from anyone, and that's the best I can say. But our mill levy override is completely locked in. There's no way for that to be spent any way other than competitive compensation and benefits. Okay.
And if we're good, I'd actually like to move to the director discussion. If we can let Superintendent and Kane and her staff, because she'll be right back up here for the bond discussion here. So into director conversations about language, any of the themes, items. I mean, there was a lot there. There was CSI schools. There is items coming up, the specific language. So I'll entertain any discussion that a director would like to bring up. Director Williams.
Okay, so just to touch on a few things. One, I do like the new proposed language taking out the but not limited to, for sure. And to touch on what Director Hansen talked about with the CSI and such, I would like to say that, first of all, I believe that all schools and students should be funded, and they should be funded well. So that's the first thing I'd like to say. However, when you're not under the umbrella of the district that you are in, you aren't subject to the same rules and salaries and benefits and stuff. You're under the state, and when you're under the state, unfortunately, currently the laws are different. And I would say that I would advocate at the state building, whatever I can do to help other schools be funded properly, but sharing the MLO dollars that we've already promised to our staff in this district would not be the way that I would approach this.
Yeah, and I will also comment on that. I, for full transparency, my daughter went to Ascent Classical Academy last year, so I am very familiar with the curriculum, and frankly, as one director, I believe outstanding educational value. I am obviously aligned with their mission. I sent my daughter there, and everything that they do. I, as the president, attached the House Bill 1375 to the specific item because when I was researching this and looking for guidance, I was trying to ascertain the intent. I am in complete agreement with our superintendent and Director Williams, and I believe what other directors have voiced about accountability. So my first principle was if we, the board, as a group of 7, are going to pass a tax measure and ask taxpayers for money, we better be accountable. And I mentioned that starting with the language flowing through our MBOC to the district, ultimately that ends with the taxpayers. And if we are not living up to the expectations of that language, I would expect every one of these people sitting up here and Director Meek virtually not to be reelected or to be recalled if we were delinquent in the oversight of those funds and they want outside of teacher compensation and what was listed in the bond. So accountability first. But I'd like to very briefly read from Section 9 of the House bill. I picked the House bill because it affected a lot of the CRS statutes, but this bill was concerning very clearly distribution of mill levy override funds to schools. And in Section 9, and I'm quoting from the bill here, it says the General Assembly further finds that institute charter schools, so we're talking about the CSI authorized schools, do not have access to additional revenue from a local property tax mill levy. The General Assembly finds, therefore, that it is appropriate to consider additional state equalization funding for institute charter schools. It goes on to say the fund may consist of any amount that the General Assembly, that's our legislators, may appropriate or transfer to the fund. And then it goes on to say, subject to annual appropriation by the General Assembly, the institute shall distribute the money to institute charter schools on a per pupil basis. This clearly indicates to me that the intent of the legislature was for local mill levies to fund the local districts which run those issues. I talked to several candidates and several representatives over the last few days about this item. Representative Baisley came tonight. Some of you may have saw him. Unfortunately, Representative Baisley did not follow our rules for public comment, so I did not allow him to speak. However, he did want to indicate, and I will quote from him, he said, I will support the mill levy override, and his recommendation, not mine, this is coming from, Representative Baisley, recommend that the proceeds include a formula that maintains parity for the two Colorado charter school institute schools, reducing the funding obligation from DCSD as the state legislature supplies funding to CSI. So what Representative Baisley's position is that the board may consider, we legally could share funds with those CSI schools. But he further goes on to say, and I confirmed this with him earlier before he had to leave, I will work towards getting CSI properly funded as intended by House Bill 171375. And all of the other legislators or candidates that I have talked to over the last few days have committed to the exact same thing. My general understanding in talking with them is they understand that this is what was intended by the legislature, that the General Assembly would take care of those schools. Everyone has also confided in me they do not think that those CSI authorized schools are being funded on par with districts, and they have committed to working at the legislature where this, kind of a Frankenstein of their own creation, where this problem resides. I, as one director, would also ask that our district and other board members support the increased funding of the CSI equalization at the legislature. I know we don't have a lobbyist right now, but if we did, I would be making that recommendation for consideration by the board to fix that issue up there. So that is where I sit. Accountability is first and foremost in principle, and I am trying to work, and I think we should continue to work as a board and district with legislatures to fund those other schools. Last comment I'll get, because I got this a lot, we need taxpayer dollars to follow the student. They absolutely do. Through the School Finance Act, CSI schools get money if their pupil count goes up. That is partially taxpayer money and general state equalization. If our students go across county lines, up to Jeffco, down to El Paso, to other districts, we lose student count and those go to other districts. And the same thing, when students, a lot of them hopefully, will come into DCSD, those dollars and taxpayer dollars do follow the students into our district. So again, that's the principle that I'm standing on, is accountability and responsibility. We have 18 excellent charter schools in this district that are authorized by the district. As Superintendent Kane said, as one board member, if either Colorado Early Colleges or Cent ever wanted to consider coming back into the district, I would certainly consider that, and I think we as a board should consider that And the last thing, just for people that don't know, when Ascent left the district, there was an agreement that they would receive for a period of time in that transition mill levy dollars from the, in this case, it's the 2018 mill. They are still receiving those dollars, and they will continue to receive that additional funding from the district as agreed by the previous board through this year, the 2022-2023 school year. So there was a transition to ease them from accredited by the district to completely go over to the CSI funding. So I just wanted everyone listening to realize that there was some unique arrangement, and they are continuing to receive previous mill dollars. So I know that was long, but wanted to get that out there. Other directors' comments around that, or any other issue with the language? Because ultimately we're going to have to do some language motions here, it sounds like. Director Wray.
So, Director Peterson, yeah, I think it's well said by everyone, and I land at the same place based on principle that Superintendent Kane landed, that Director Williams, Director Peterson, I think we're all in agreement that that's what makes sense. I did want to just add too, regarding CSI authorization, a school that resides in our district, in order to become CSI authorized, they have to come to us to ask us to be released to CSI. And so as you stated, Director Peterson, Ascent did that actually twice. First time we declined, second time we came to that agreement. So I think it's also important for that community to understand that that leadership requested to leave the umbrella, if you will, to join CSI because there were issues that weren't a match for things that Ascent wanted to do that certainly wasn't part of the conditions that make Douglas County unique. So anyway, I would just add that because I think people wonder, well, how do you become a CSI school? Well, again, as an authorizing entity in Douglas County, we authorize early college, and we authorized Ascent to go to CSI.
Any other commentary on that? I'm sorry, Director Meek. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just to be on the record, I mean, for fiduciary responsibilities and our accountability responsibilities, I'm on the same page as everything that's been said already. I think it's worth mentioning some of the recent articles that have come out explaining that Colorado is the least competitive pay in the nation for teachers, which is very sad. And I think we are struggling with a statewide issue, state funding as well as local funding issues. And I'm encouraged to hear other board members are interested in advocating at the Capitol to really try to have equitable funding for all students, regardless of what schools they attend. And so President Peterson and I are the government relations individuals on the board, and we haven't had a chance to really focus on that. But I do think this is an area where we really could advocate at the state level for adequate and equitable funding for all students.
Thank you, Director Meek, and I agree. Not part of this discussion, but Superintendent Kane, I would love to see maybe a future lobbyist like we used to have so we could better engage as a board with the legislature on some of these matters. Other questions, comments, or areas of discussion around items that are up here?
I guess I just had one other quick question on the language. Does anyone feel like it would be beneficial to add at the very end where it says expenditures will be subject to review by a board-appointed citizen oversight committee? Should it state quarterly review, annual review? Does anyone feel like there's a need to indicate a time frame in there?
I will ask the superintendent if there's a recommendation relative to the language, since we have some language experts in the room.
Okay, I had to listen to the voices in my ear. So I would not be our recommendation to put that into the ballot language, because what if there was a blizzard and they couldn't come with the quarterly, whatever, that is something that you all could request from your MBOC by resolution or by a modification to your governance process. But it would not be our recommendation to lock yourself into quarterly or something like that, because again, you don't want to put yourselves in violation of state law if there's a blizzard. So I'm just using that as an example, but.
Okay, other issues? And I will actually volunteer one because I want to be very specific. Obviously, every cent of this, based on the language, would go into compensation. I'm often the person that's pegged with, apparently I want to buy all the lunch ladies AR-15s or something like that. That's not accurate. So I would like to formally, from the dais, state where I am on the issue of armed security. As well, most people probably don't know, Director Hansen and I sit as liaisons to the Safety and Security Committee, and I, as one director, have total trust in not only Johnny Grusing and he was our Director of Safety and Security and his staff, but all of the fine law enforcement officers that are either part of our local police departments or the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. Of course, many of these serve in a capacity as our SROs. I would like to go on the record to say I would like to see more SROs. That is very, very difficult, this economy, because the individual precincts or sheriff's office has to first hire those people. There's cost-sharing agreements between the district on compensation, how doing those. We could put out a spot for 5 SROs in every school, and there would be no way in the current economy and climate that our partners could staff those positions. That being said, I'd like to at least see 1 roamer per district, and I'd like to see what we could possibly do with our partners in the county and other places to increase that count. I personally, as one director, would also not want to box myself out of any other future options based on that fiscal reality. And I'll be very specific. Am I for arming teachers? No, I am not. I would never, ever want a teacher to be in a position where they were armed and had the choice to either stay in a classroom or to go out and engage, right? Never want to put our teachers in that position. I am considering opinions, and I think we as a board should have a larger conversation about all options available, because I do believe that additional armed personnel, and I am talking very specifically, and I will read my 3 criteria. Anyone that is ever armed in our school must be 100% competent, post or better standards, and that's police officer standards of training for people that don't speak law enforcement acronyms. They must be proficient. This is not a one-time training, and they would have to be integrated into response. And the only people I can even think of that would meet that criteria right now on staff would be SSOs, our school safety officers. But I do not want to be on the record for saying that I never think that this is appropriate in our schools, but I would never force anything without having that discussion with the board and a larger community. And I don't think that that discussion has occurred sufficiently. Again, do I want armed teachers? Absolutely not. I can't think of a case. But if we can't get the SROs, which would be my first option for increasing our security, we should think out of the box and consider what our community would consider in terms of an additional qualified, proficient, integrated armed security. And no, just to say that is not groups of volunteers by any measure. But I wanted to be very clear on the record that I am open to having that conversation. So, Director Ray.
So we have more than just our word up here. We have policy. Policy GBEB states, all staff members shall be prohibited from carrying, bringing, using, or possessing any dangerous weapons on district or school property in any district or school vehicle or any district or school-sponsored activity, regardless of location, unless such staff member is employed, keyword, exclusively as an armed security officer meeting the requirements for the use of a deadly weapon, which is kind of addresses some of the things you talked about as far as post certification. We don't have an option. This is policy. We all took an oath to uphold the board's policy. So I think we have more than just our verbal word that there's no agenda to arm staff or arm volunteers. we stand on policy that we support, that we cannot violate, otherwise we're in violation of our oath. So I would just add some teeth to that.
And thank you for that clarification. There's nothing we could go out, obviously no MLO dollars would be spent for that. Again, I just wanted to say that I am open to that conversation, and anything that would do that would require a absolute policy change, which requires a majority vote by the board. And that is not even a discussion at this point, but I would be open to the future because I want to be absolutely transparent with everyone listening. Back to the original question, will 1 penny of MLO dollars, if the language we approve is close to as written, go to any of that stuff? No, it will not. And nor would bond dollars. So go ahead, Director Hansen.
Yeah. Thank you very much for starting that conversation. I know we have some really hard things to discuss tonight. I just want to clarify for anyone who's watching at home thinking, I thought we were talking about teacher salaries. How are we now talking about charter schools and arming teachers? The dollar amounts that we have dedicated to our employees is something that we've been talking about for months and has been established, defined, and set. And so there's really not a lot of reasons for us to discuss the specific numbers. What we are trying to address right now is all of the concerns that we have been, that our public has shared with us about reasons that they would not support this. If we vote yes to put this on the ballot tonight, we are committing the district to, is it roughly $300,000 for the fees to put this issue on the ballot. And we are being fiscally responsible right now to have these conversations because we simply haven't had time to have some of these hard discussions that could be a hurdle for some of our voters. And it's critical that we talk about some of these things this evening before we commit the district to spending this money. The arming teachers issue has come up repeatedly, and I think we have an incredible opportunity right now to really address this and have a real conversation. I know that during the campaign process, we were all asked multiple times, but I think now as elected officials, we have an obligation to, for everyone, honestly, and I know some people don't like being put on the spot, but I think it's critically important that we each weigh in on these and even consider if we have a policy around this specific issue, but I think it's really important that we discuss how we are going to create that trust in our community. And if that means passing a resolution, if that means looking at policies, we have to do that so that we can get this through. So I've weighed in multiple times. I am absolutely against arming any teacher, staff member. I think the only people who should be armed in our schools are SROs. It is truly a privilege. It is probably my favorite part of being on this board to serve on our security committee. And the SROs that we have in our schools are phenomenal. And the team that we have working on security, phenomenal isn't even a big enough word. I don't have a big enough wow word to explain to you how wonderful our team, our security team is. And so I'm very, very happy to weigh in on my position. No one in a school with a gun but an SRO.
Any other directors? I think I've made my position clear, just open to a conversation.
You did, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'll weigh in. I support our board's current policy and would only support SROs being armed in our schools.
I agree. I support our current policy in SROs being armed.
I also agree.
So I hate, I guess I am really struggling with the idea of tying MLO and bond to an issue that is completely separate. And I am happy to have these conversations, and I think they are important to have. And I'm even open to having them before the November vote. However, I don't think that tonight is the night that I think we're talking about the MLO and the bond. And I think all of us have been pressured in all sorts of different ways over the last, especially 48 hours with emails coming in. I will only vote if you do this or if you do that. And I guess I'm looking at this as I am doing this because this is what our teachers and our staff deserve. And I don't think that needs to be tied to an if or and. So again, I'm happy to have these conversations. I don't think that I need to tie anything that I believe to the MLO. That's just where I stand.
Okay. And again, I actually side with Director Williams. These are future things. I just wanted to be on the record to say I would like to have future discussions. Again, this is not changing any of the policy. This is just funding. And again, MLO dollars, 100%, as Superintendent Kane said, will be completely used for compensation. So back to the, go ahead,
President
Director
Peterson.
Meek.
Yeah, if I might, at the most recent DAC meeting, there was a pretty long conversation around trust and trust issues. And I kind of think that's where this conversation is coming from. And Director Myers, feel free, to jump in. But basically, everyone agrees that more money is needed for competitive pay and for our funding needs with buildings and capacity issues. So people are on board with that. And that's what polling even said. People are on board with that. The challenge is trust. And the issues that we have heard repeatedly through public comment and through emails have been around the issues that Director Hansen has brought up. And so I think they are tied together. As much as we may not want them to be tied together, I think they are tied together. And I think an investment of several $100,000 to put these initiatives on the ballot when polling says they can't pass, I think the only way to make them pass is by having these hard conversations and being very open with our positions and what we believe, because I think it does lead to building trust with our community. So unfortunately, I do think they're all very tied together.
And I don't disagree, which is why I wanted to be very transparent in my position. So thank you. Director Hansen.
Yeah, I just want to go back to the, we have 5 meetings before this is on the ballot, including tonight. And I know this feels a little off topic, and I really hear that. I kind of want to circle back to something that one of our public commenters said about our retreat. Just summarizing, these weren't her words, but saying it was a waste of time. The retreat was actually pivotal for me because it forced me to really evaluate my time on the board so far. And if I could have a do-over, I would do things differently. And I think one of those things was an inability to communicate effectively during a really hard time. This is also a really hard time. We have a critical need, and I am asking us to have hard conversations from lessons learned in the past. It's easy to look at 20 emails, 30 emails, 50 emails that came in saying, I'm concerned that you are going to take this MLO and bond these funds and arm teachers. And it's easy to say, oh, it's 50 emails, it's fine. But from experience, I can tell you there are hundreds of people that are feeling that same thing. And given our very, very tight time constraints, I think we have to take every single opportunity because it's multiple conversations that have to be had so that we can reach 107,000 people. And I think it's critical that we have these conversations. If we answer someone's concerns, someone's questions tonight, and those 50 people that have emailed us say, I'm comfortable with that, I'm going to sign up to volunteer, and we have 50 more people out knocking doors with signs in their yard, but it's cumulative, and we are early enough in the process that we have to take every single opportunity. So I know it's hard. I know it feels a little off topic, but please learn from the lessons I have made in the past and take an opportunity when you have to communicate to your public and have the hard conversations right here, right now.
Director Williams.
Sorry, thank you for that. So I agree it's important to have the hard conversations, which is why I've said that I'm completely willing to have them. I don't want to spend a ton of time on this. So if it's going to ease people's mind, I have said when I campaigned, I continue to hold the same belief that our teachers should not be armed. I literally have not gotten one email since I have sat on this board from a teacher that says, please let me carry a gun. So it would be very silly for me to say that I support that. So I'm going to throw that out there simply because it was asked of me. But I do think, for me personally, we have language here that is committing us very specifically. Superintendent Kane has reassured us that this can't be spent on arming teachers. It can't be spent on, vouchers and all of that, all of the things that we have been emailed on. So while I completely agree that the hard conversations are had, we also literally can't do that with the dollars that we're asking for. So, but I've stated my position. Thanks.
Which is also why I'm very much in favor of putting in the language as amended or is presented amended, which says including and getting rid of the not limited to. And I'm also preemptively in favor of the next agenda item, which is to lock in the exact spending so that there is no confusion with the entire public that the entire MLO down to the penny will go for compensation and nothing but compensation.
Yeah, getting back, can I go?
Yeah.
Getting back to the resolution, did we want to change the word including to say restricted to? No, or just keep including? Okay. Then I motion to approve the resolution, or is there more?
To clarify, we would have to have a motion to amend the language and then approve as amended, and we'd want to specifically read what that is.
You'll want to make sure if the one you're motioning for is the alternative resolution with the feedback incorporated. So I will just maybe be specific about that as well. Thank you.
Yes, because so what I am hearing is being considered is basically the language as presented on the slide by the district for amendment. So this would not be the actual attachment here, but I will read it very specifically because we don't want to get this wrong. It would be the override question that we're now considering as a group of 7 will be, shall Douglas County School District taxes be increased $60 million annually commencing in collection year 2023 and in each year thereafter for general fund purposes, including, retaining and attracting quality teachers and staff by increasing district salaries and benefits to be more competitive with neighboring school districts. And shall such tax increase be an additional property tax mill levy in excess of the levy authorized for the district's general fund pursuant to and in accordance with Section 2254-108 CRS, and shall the district collect property tax revenue previously approved by the voters notwithstanding any mill levy limitation, and shall the district will be subject to an annual independent audit published on the district's website, and expenditures will be subject to review by a board-appointed citizens oversight committee. So the only changes from what was attached is removing the words "but limited to" and ensuring the words "salaries and benefits" are added to the clause, if I got that correct. So that is now showing on the slide.
So just to make sure we're super clear, this is the language that you are talking about, President Peterson, is that correct?
That is exactly correct as read.
Mary has a question.
Yeah, and just for clarification, I believe when you were reading the resolution, you did not identify increasing for the 2022 to 23 school year.
So maybe,
That is also not what is in the resolution, which is why we're checking this against the language.
oh, it isn't, okay. It should be in the alternative.
It should be in the alternative excuse me.
Oh.
It should be in the alternative
thank you.
resolution, which was posted. So if you could read the language from the alternative resolution, which is the ballot question that the board would be taking action, that the motion is proposing board action to be taken on.
That's what I get for printing hard copies. Okay, so. Make sure this. No, I will just read the screen, but I'm just checking that the actual attachment says what's on the screen, so, and it does say. All right, so one more time, reading from the screen, which I see does match the alternative resolution. Shall Douglas County School District taxes be increased $60 million annually commencing in collection year 2023 and in each year thereafter for general fund purposes, including retaining and attracting quality teachers and staff by increasing for the 2022-2023 school year and thereafter maintaining district salaries and benefits to be more competitive with neighboring school districts. And shall such tax increase be an additional property tax mill levy in excess of the levy authorized for the district's general fund pursuant to and in accordance with section 2254-108 CRS, and shall the district collect property tax revenue previously approved by the voters notwithstanding any mill levy limitation, and shall the district will be subject to an annual independent audit published on the district's website, and expenditures will be subject to review by a board-appointed citizens oversight committee. That is what we are considering for the language. Thank you for the clarification and backup, Council Clemage. Director Ray.
It's my only question, and I'm going to look at bond counsel, and I hope Ms. Fleischner doesn't give me the stink eye, but would it be stronger simply to say, as opposed to including, where it says thereafter for general fund purposes to retain and attract quality teachers, because that word including almost implies that there's something else out there and that we're going to put it in the general fund, but we're going to include these things as well. So would it be stronger just to use the word to instead of including, and commands like retain and attract quality teachers and staff by increasing is my question.
Or the word for.
That was my hesitation as well with the language including.
I just want to respond to assure that we're not asking bond counsel to provide legal advice, but to provide clarification of language for the board.
Absolutely.
We could change that. Is what? It is standard language. That is, we typically including is what we say. I mean, if you wanted to say for general fund purposes, okay. If you wanted to say for general fund purposes. Thereafter for general fund purposes.
For general fund purposes
or to.
Yeah.
In order to.
Or just for general purposes to retain and attract quality teachers. It's just, it flows.
If I may ask, offer for, just so we have agreement with the rest of the language.
Yeah. So if the language read in each year thereafter for general fund purposes in order to retain and attract, we may be able to achieve, if bond counsel agrees, that could work.
Yeah, that would be fine. I would just take off the ing so that it reads.
Correct.
Retaining and attracting.
So it would be retain and attract for general fund purposes in order to, retain, delete the ing, and attract, delete the ing, quality teachers and staff by increasing. The next question I would have relates to the third last line from the bottom. where there is the fourth and fifth words in, or fifth and sixth words in, and shall the district will be subject, I think I would ask bond counsel whether will should be deleted from that bond question. So
While we're amending the question.
yeah, while we're amending the question, I think there's an extra word there that could be deleted as superfluous to the question.
President Peterson.
So what I'm hearing is the third from the bottom line is presented on the screen, and shall the district be subject to an annual independent audit published on the district's website, and expenditures, also delete the will, be subject to review. I'm hearing delete both wills.
No.
Just the first will.
Just the first one. And expenditures will be subject to review.
Take out that will. Oh, I'm sorry. No, you're right. And shall the district be subject to an annual independent audit published on the district's website, and expenditures will be subject, that one stays.
Okay, I'm going to do this for accuracy. I'm going to
No,
do
I
this.
feel pretty strongly about this.
Yeah.
I can officially take bond counsel off my list of career aspirations. Thank you for this. I know that this is an immense amount of pressure. As a board, if we are breaking the law, if we do not follow this exactly, I will not vote on this until I see the changes in writing. And I feel pretty strongly that we need to take a 10-minute break. If this is something that we are actually going to consider and everyone thinks it's worth the time, we need to retype this, have a minute to read it, and vote after we see the official language without talking through suggestions.
And we'll be happy to prepare that for the board with a recess in order to do that.
Okay, let's go 15 minutes to give extra time to type it. Let's come back at 9:30. Order. And Mr. Blair, if you can bring up, I believe that's it, version 2. And so we now have the second alternate resolution version 2 on the screen, and I will let all directors read that for themselves. Do I have any questions or do I have any motions concerning what is alternative resolution V2 as presented on the screen and a copy thereof provided to each director? Director Meek, I'm assuming that you're just reading the screen and you can see the screen. Is that correct?
I'm reading the screen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go first with my comment. I think this is probably about as tight as we can get it. Again, following action item on the locking in the actual salaries, but I think from a taxpayer contract between this board and our taxpayers, I think that is about as tight as we can get, and allowing, in fact, allowing just pretty much no flexibility. So I don't think there's much flexibility in this whatsoever, and I think that's a good thing. Other directors' comments or motions? Director Ray.
I agree, and I would move that we accept the resolution for placing an MLO bond on the ballot as stated with the amended language for the actual ballot as described under alternative resolution version 2.
Second.
I have a motion by Ray and a second by Hanson. I'll now call the roll. Director Hanson.
If I could ask,
yes, sorry.
Just one question. Do we need to acknowledge anywhere that we're also approving an expenditure to place this on the ballot? I can't remember what we landed on, like 180,000 or 200,000. Do we need to acknowledge somewhere that we are approving or authorizing that expenditure?
This resolution, the whole thing, takes care of all of that.
I know, but I mean, for the sake of transparency, I guess I'm asking board directors, for the sake of transparency, do we need to also, either in the whereas statement, where we have the whereas county clerk and recorder, do we need to also acknowledge how much that cost? Again, just out of full transparency to understand that there is a cost to put these issues on the ballot. But I'm wondering, I guess my first question is, did we land on an amount? And my second question is, do we need to insert a whereas statement that provides that transparency?
It is definitely not our recommendation that you put the exact amount in the resolution because it may change. It depends on how much space the ballot language takes up and a variety of other things. It is a budgeted expense in the Board of Education's budget. So you can certainly state what the budget was. CFO Schleissner, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I don't think it belongs in the question itself and the resolution to it. It's already been approved in the budget, so I think we're okay to go.
Yeah, definitely don't want it in the question, but what, can someone just tell me what is the estimate in terms of that budgeted amount?
280 is the current estimate.
280, 280,000, thank you.
For both measures.
I'm sorry?
For both measures, yes.
Gotcha.
And just to be clear, what we would be approving, if we take a vote here, it would be the resolution, but the substitution would be on the override question with the alternate resolution V2 language. But we wouldn't just be approving the language, we would be approving the entire resolution with the substituted question language.
Right, which wasn't part of my motion. My motion was to accept the resolution
Thank you. I'm just clarifying that for everyone to know what we're voting on as directors.
Got it.
Without further conversation, I will call the roll. Director Hansen?
Aye. I actually need to say one thing too. This is a significant risk that we are spending this money to put this on the ballot, but we have heard over and over and over as a board that we do not have a choice. Our teachers and our employees desperately need this. And so given the incredibly tight time frame that we have between now and Election Day, I just want to, now that this is hopefully going to be official, I hate going first, but I just need to make a plea to all of our public education warriors and anyone else who is watching this meeting. Your words matter, and I understand that you haven't always been happy over the last several months with the way things have gone, but it's time to do the right thing for our kids. And there are so many members in our community who look to you as leaders, and we need you. We need you very, very much right now to put aside all of the hard feelings and fight for this and fight for our teachers. I am going to try and spend every day between now and Election Day making sure that our teachers don't come to work the Wednesday after and have to have a really hard conversation about why this community doesn't believe in them as educators. And that is going to motivate me, and I hope that motivates each and every one of you.
Thank you, Director Hansen. Director Meek.
I did not prepare comments like that. I will vote in support of this, aye. And there's no doubt in my mind that our teachers and our staff deserve this and need this, and it's critical for our community. There's no doubt in my mind that we can be successful if we choose to be successful. And I will commit to doing everything I can to make this a successful election, and I encourage everyone else to do as much as they can as well. So I vote aye.
Director Myers.
I vote aye. I am in support. This is what we need to do to go forward to get our teachers paid, administrators and staff. It is just so necessary. So aye.
I will also vote aye, and I will echo everything that Director Hansen said. And we did have one commenter earlier that seemed to imply that only 4 board members were out earlier and during the summer and supporting things. I seem to remember seeing a whole variety of members at some very interesting places at very interesting times of night. Be assured that all 7 board members have been out actively promoting it, both publicly and privately, and having some pretty difficult conversations with different groups that that are willing to listen to them. I've done several joint presentations, as I know all the members have up here, so do not doubt the dedication of this board. And I know that there's been a lot of talk about trust, and moving forward, we had that conversation as well. I hope that everyone listening to this, whatever your political leanings are, understands that what this board is doing tonight, we are taking all the faith and trust that we possibly can out of this and putting it into language so you know without a shadow of a doubt exactly where every penny of this MLO will be spent. And as the largest employer in all of Douglas County, which the Douglas County School District is, another commenter stated tonight, that the private sector doesn't do this. Passing this tonight will be providing a raise, a significant raise to the largest employee base in the entire county, and it is absolutely the right thing to do, and to take care of the teachers that are partnering with our parents to take care of our students. So I am a very affirmative and enthusiastic aye. Director Ray.
I would echo the enthusiasm. I am also an aye. I would just add that this is something that this district has been focused on for some time. This has always been our plan, is to look for every opportunity to enhance our employees' compensation. This was not just something that was thought of in the last few months. And so I want our community also to understand that even prior boards would certainly support this as well, because this has been our focus. And the other thing I want to just acknowledge is that I think I heard consensus tonight that there is not $1 that will go to arming teachers or a voucher plan. And I just want to acknowledge that as strongly as we can state, because I think those are a couple of the issues that have gotten in the way of trust, as well as a fear that these dollars are going to go somewhere else other than. So I think we're as tight as we can possibly be, and I think we've made agreement that this will not go to those things that people may have fears that they would go to, and I am an enthusiastic aye as well.
Director Williams.
Gosh, I'm just excited that we all agree. Just a quick story. A couple weeks ago, several of us had the opportunity to be at the new teachers orientation, and I was speaking with one teacher, and she was coming to us after working in a couple other districts, Jeffco and Denver. This is where she has decided to move to end her career. She walked into the school that she interviewed at and just felt like it was her home, and that is where she was supposed to be. She's excited to be here, and she has to have a second job in order to make sure that she can be where she wants to be, to end her career, and to be able to just have life's everyday needs. So I just want to say that we have to do better for our teachers and for our staff, that they are the ones that influence our most precious gifts in this world, and we need to show them appreciation. So I am an emphatic aye.
Director Weiniger.
Aye.
True to form, we have a motion passed by a vote of 7-0. Moving on to item number 24, consideration of a resolution regarding staff compensation should a mill levy override be passed by voters in the November 2022 coordinated election. I'll open up to any questions on that particular item. And I'll just go first with the statement. I think we've pretty much talked about this significantly. All this would do is, if we pass this, we are basically locking in, if anyone goes to the attachment A, B, and C are the 3 step-in lanes, and the specific changes that would be reflected in the district approximately $45 million share of the mill levy override fund. So this is exactly what would change, and via my notes on this, there are the specific amounts for our licensed employees and then for our teachers, and this would include a 9% for classified, a 6% average for pro-tech, and a 6% average for admin personnel as well. Any other comments, questions, or discussion by other directors? Director Ray.
Yeah, I mean, I think this, again, I want to thank staff for quickly, I know I requested this at the last meeting, just to once again solidify the tightness of what we are doing. I would recommend, though, there's about 3 statements I think we should insert, because I think when we deal with compensation, we should always take every opportunity to communicate value to employees. And I think this gets right to the nitty-gritty of, we're spending $60 million and this is your increase. But I would suggest that we add whereas statements like, Whereas the board believes that one of the greatest factors that influences students' cognitive, physical, social, and emotional growth is outstanding educators and staff. That's right out of our board end goal. So it inserts language from that into this resolution. Whereas the board seeks to retain its employees, reduce turnover, and communicate value of all employees for their commitment to Douglas County School District. And whereas the board remains committed to the implementation of a predictable compensation schedule for all employee groups that progressively moves towards a regionally competitive pay for all employees. I would just advocate that we insert some of those human statements because it provides a rationale for why we're doing this. We're not just doing this because we want to spend $60 million and give everybody a 9% pay increase. We're doing this because we value our people. And we want to say we recognize that these people are really the most important factor that makes a difference in our children's lives. So I would advocate for those three statements to be inserted. Otherwise, I'm totally on board with this resolution.
I would also support addition of those three whereas statements as stated by Director Ray, providing that he provides those to our board assistant secretary. And I would also further suggest that we insert those as the second, third, and fourth whereas statement below the first.
Very good.
I second.
No, that wasn't a motion. That's just part of the conversation. Any other conversation, Director Hansen?
I actually just have a request for staff that I have had some opportunities to speak with different employees over the last couple of weeks, and there are some people in the district that aren't crystal clear on what their salary is going to be. I know different buildings have communicated that differently. If this were to pass, I just want to throw out an idea to possibly email all staff so that they have access to. I think non-licensed especially, which I know there isn't a pretty grid that makes that an easy question to answer, but I want to make sure that we are fulfilling our promise to tell every single employee exactly what their salary will be.
We certainly will communicate it. We did communicate it with staff. Non-licensed is actually incredibly straightforward. 9% increase for classified to their base, all classified employees. 6% increase for admin pro tech, all admin pro tech to their base. So real simple, we absolutely have communicated that to the system, that was our recommendation. And with this resolution, we will absolutely communicate it again.
Thank you.
Director Ray.
I think the fuzzy area are those 8% that are not on that salary schedule yet. And I think we heard from a teacher today, as a matter of fact, that's in that 8% and I know we've said it very clearly that, if you're not in a cell, you get a 3% one-time stipend. But I think it's those employees in particular that I think are having a hard time understanding when we keep on saying it's a 9% pay increase. Well, for some employees, it's not. And I think that's what's hard for those small percentage of employees that aren't in that bigger group.
So on the licensed side, we definitely did not advertise that it's a 9% pay increase for everyone. So you have to separate licensed and non-licensed. On the licensed side, we very clearly communicate the schedules and that it's a 3% one-time stipend for those who are above their cell, or if the new cell means partly they get to the cell, but that's still less than a 3% increase, the difference would be made up in a one-time stipend.
Not questioning what you communicated, but I'm just agreeing with Director Hansen that that's where the confusion is, I think, for those employees that can't find themselves on that salary schedule.
Okay.
Other comments, questions? Any motions?
I move that we approve the resolution regarding compensation changes if a mill levy override is approved by voters on November 8th, 2022, inserting the three whereas statements, and I think there was one more that you suggested, Director Peterson.
Just to insert them as the second, third, and fourth item below the first whereas statement.
Inserting the additional whereas statements as statement number 2, 3, and 4.
We have a motion by Ray. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second by Myers. I'll now take the roll. Director Hansen?
Aye.
Director Meek?
Aye.
Director Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
The motion as amended is passed by a vote of 7-0. Moving to item number 25, consideration of resolution regarding a bond question for the November 8, 2022 election. And thank you, Mr. Blair, if we can get the bond language up there. Thank you. I'll start off with a comment. As much as we put in flexibility in, or removed all flexibility from the MLO, I want to acknowledge the absolute necessity of flexibility for Mr. Cosgrove and the other members of the district, that a 5-year bond spend in this economy and uncertainty and supply chains, and who knows when a roof's going to come in and we're going to have other tier ones or other things. I think we absolutely have to keep some degree of flexibility in a bond spend, unlike the MLO. So I just want to state that as one of my underlying assumptions, that we do not want to handcuff ourselves and take all flexibility away on the bond spend, but do intend it to spend in accordance with what is listed in the language. I'll give one great example. On the last bond, there was money allocated for career technical ed and continuing education programs, and the original intent was we were going to build those facilities. An opportunity became available, and I think we did the right thing in the intent of the bond language, got a better value for everyone in the community, but needed that flexibility to do so. So just as one example of why we need to maintain some flexibility in this language. Any other director comments or questions? Director Weiniger.
Just a small one. Someone noticed that the last line, implementing other capital improvements as described in the district's bond priority plan, it used to say district's published bond plan. Is that more of just a semantics thing, or we renamed it?
Bond council just suggested that we not point back to published documents, that this is our plan, and just leave it a little bit more generic. I don't know if you have anything more to add to that.
Okay, thank you. That answers that for sure. And then also someone was digging into where the 49.7 million came from and noticed that, and I don't know all the ins and outs of this, so you can keep it as simple of an answer as you can. It's probably an answer for Maddie, correct? The 2018 bond was front-loaded, and they're noticing that this proposed bond will be back-loaded. Is just the reasoning behind that?
So the 2018 bond was, it kind of depends on what you're talking about, front-loaded. So we actually really didn't have much principal amortizing in the first few years of the 2018 bond. The debt service on that carries out 20 years is going to be the same assumption that we're making here. We actually are putting more principal, so more front-loading in this bond plan than we did in 2018. The sort of nature of it just has to do with the district's existing debt service. We're kind of trying to create some step downs and things like that to provide some flexibility for future optionality of the district. And this is just a larger bond, right? We're almost doubling that. And I believe that maximum annual on that was like a upper $30 million range. So this is kind of in line with that as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Director Ray.
So we had a question today regarding charter with the bond question. And the question was something along the lines of, why are we improving a facility that we don't own, for instance? And I know in the past when we've done security enhancements and improvements, it's kind of been that notion that what we put into those buildings with security we can take should the facility go away and repurpose. But what some community members are concerned about is we've got things like boilers and rooftop units and plumbing and things that we would typically improve, facilities that we actually have oversight over, facilities that we actually own, whereas charter facility we do not own. So I'm wondering if we could just speak to that a little bit.
The exact same criteria was used in determining projects for charter schools for this bond as was in 2018, which is that, in theory, an HVAC unit, rooftop unit can be repurposed outside of that building. So we absolutely use the exact same set of criteria when determining what projects would qualify.
So we can, with 100% confidence, say to our community that these improvements we could repurpose if necessary.
Correct.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay. Director Meek, I want to make sure we still have you. Do you have any other questions since we're looking at language and not at you?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay. Any motions? Director Williams.
I motion to approve the resolution regarding the bond question for the November 8th election.
Second.
Motion by Williams, second by Ray. I'll take the roll. Director Hansen?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
The resolution is approved by a vote of 7-0. And now we are actually moving back to items number 17 and 18, which were pulled from consent agenda. I believe Superintendent Kane may, if there's anyone at any point that we need to let go from cabinet, we can certainly do that. But we will move back into items number 17 and 18, which is approval of superintendent goals and monitoring reports. Director Ray, you pulled this, so I will turn it over to you for any concerns or questions you had regarding that item.
Just want to start out with a clarification. So the agenda says we're approving superintendent goals and monitoring reports. The actual agenda item says we're approving monitoring report, goal mapping, and monitoring report goals. So I guess I can make this easier if I just understand what we're doing. Is the recommendation that we're approving superintendent goals that are not actually attached? I think they were linked into one of these documents as a resource. Are we actually approving the goals, or are we simply approving the monitoring report calendar?
Yeah, just on my reading of it, there were multiple attachments, Director Ray, and on the one that starts with 1.4.6, the monitoring report schedule, the actual goals are listed right after the end statements. So may have been a misunderstanding on my part, but I believe we were approving those 4 superintendent goals, which are academic excellence, culture and climate, MLO bond groundwork and execution, and then number 4, equity resolution response and recommendations, and then the monitoring report indicators as listed after that. The mapping was kind of a separate thing, and I think the mapping in my mind was informational to help us understand the relationship between the Board of Education goals or our ends and moving down to the granular monitoring report indicators. In my mind, we would be approving the superintendent goals as I just read and the monitoring report indicators as on there.
And that's not what the recommendation says. It says staff recommends the Board of Ed approve the annual monitoring reports calendar.
Yeah.
So just
Yeah, I would entertain a different recommendation for clarification if that's where you're going.
Fair enough.
Superintendent Kane, did you have any comments on that?
Just that the request from the Board of Education last time was to put the goals in with
Yes.
the monitoring reports under the various applicable areas. So that's what was done. But you're right, staff recommendation didn't mention the goals because they were incorporated into the monitoring calendar.
fair enough. And I love that, by the way. Thank you. I think the format makes a lot of sense. What I take pause with are still the goals. I know I gave a lot of feedback at the work session regarding metrics for these goals. And I realize we got kind of a two-dimensional way of evaluating the superintendent going on. We have where the superintendent sets goals, and then we have our board ends and our board goals. The superintendent is monitoring and bringing that information back for us. And so I think what's been convoluted over the years, and this is even before Superintendent Kane, is that because we have this two-dimensional approach, it gets convoluted and confusing. It helps to integrate, like Superintendent Kane did, with the map of the monitoring reports. However, what my concern is that if without metrics, without specific metrics for these goals that the superintendent has set, it really places her in a vulnerable position. And I know we don't want to talk about the past, but when we terminated a superintendent without cause, to me, it's even more critical that we get very clear on what the benchmarks are that we want our superintendent to meet. And I really don't feel that if we go through these, for instance, establish system-wide priorities to promote student success. How do we measure that? How do you measure establish? How do you measure promoting student success? And so what my idea about that may be completely different than what Superintendent Kane and her cabinet has. Reinforce system-wide priorities. How do you measure that? What does that look like? And so my concern with the goals is that without specific metrics, we're placing her again in a vulnerable position where we can come across and say, yeah, it's not what we wanted because we didn't have a specific metric that we agreed upon to measure those goals. And I can go and I would go through each of these goals and kind of share that same concern with you. I think when we work with teachers, we ask teachers to do SMART goals, where they're specific, they're measurable, they're attainable, and so that's the format that we use for our teachers. And what I'm not seeing that here, because I think some of it is that, that will come out because of the monitoring reports, we'll be able to see that. But what I'm concerned about, again, are specific benchmarks and targets so that we're all on the same page and we don't repeat history of blindsiding our superintendent by saying, no, you're not doing it the way we want you to do it. So that's where I'm having some angst with the goals. I love the mapping, I love the pacing. I do have some concerns about some of the wording in the mapping that I'll share, but I believe the goals still need some work, in my opinion, for me to feel like that the superintendent has clarity about what we're expecting.
Superintendent Kane, do you have any comments on that, or you don't need to?
So just my understanding from the last meeting was by incorporating the goals into the monitoring reports, the indicators under each section are the metrics, are the measures. But you're right, of course, there are not specific targets set, but those are the measures that would be used.
Because even in the goal statements, we have indicators, which talks about the data source we're going to collect, but we don't have a benchmark for those indicators, and that's largely due to our fault. Annually, this board, you typically narrows down those end statements with some very specific language that we want to have measured during that year. And I just feel like as I look through these, it's still very vague in terms of even the indicators of what those benchmarks are. And so essentially what we do is we have staff and cabinet do all this data collection, and we don't ever give you specifics about what it should look like. So for example, when we took the academic excellence goal that talked about making sure we're articulating scope and sequence, that was one of our areas of focus a couple of years ago. That led to the work on focus on literacy to begin purchasing programs that would help systematize and align our feeder areas with a source that students would matriculate through. That's an example of how the board directed the superintendent very specifically the benchmark they were looking for. as opposed to just leaving things wide open and shooting a bunch of arrows of data out in the air, which may not need to be shot, because if we simply said to our superintendent, we would like to be accredited with distinction. That's our benchmark. If we were to say that, that would take care of a lot of the other data points that maybe aren't necessary to hit that benchmark. So I feel like we have time, because we don't have to nail down the goal statements from the superintendent until October. So that's the concerns I have. And if it's just me, I will stand down, because Superintendent Kane's right. We certainly communicated the message that if you just get these things embedded, we'll be satisfied. But I'm still very concerned that as one supervisor of our superintendent, that I really don't know when to celebrate right now, because we don't have a clear metric to measure that.
Yeah, a couple counter thoughts. I know that we have, and I know this was something that I think I heard largely from Director Meek and others, just in an attempt to reestablish monitoring reports, because we haven't had any monitoring reports. So I think this is a good first step. And frankly, having gapped that for such a period of time, I do like at least the granularity of indicators. I really actually like the schedule. I think that's some good predictability. And what I would like to see as one director is approve the framework. I think at the goal level, academic excellence, culture, climate, those are broad. They align with our ends. Obviously, those are the things we want our superintendent to work on, because we set those ends. But down to the level of granularity, what I'd like to do is get these monitoring reports reestablished, reestablish that rhythm of reporting from the superintendent and accountability, and frankly, kind of mark these up as we go this first year. I would hope after reestablishing a normal monitoring report scheme and period, we can kind of figure out where we are, especially, and by the way, again, thank you to Mr. Reynolds for letting us know that, we had a lot of good faith in the district for maintaining and increasing our learning. But coming out of that, I'd just like to see where we are as a district. And I think going into the next year, we can certainly add some key SMART benchmarks and other really specific KPIs. But frankly, I'd like to hear from our superintendent and the rest of the leadership here, kind of build it as we go a little bit. And I think that'll get us back to a more accountable, more granular, but even more importantly, just the general concept of having monitor reports and having those discussions out in front of the public of where we are, and have those very frank conversations, but also including those conversations. Certainly this first round can be, well, where do we really expect to be relative to where we are? So that's my 2 cents. Yes, go ahead, Director Wright.
No, and so to me, it's not about, this is not necessarily for me, the angst is not around the monitoring reports, because I agree. I think we have an opportunity to get clear about what those are and what those benchmarks. My fear is that we are placing our superintendent in a vulnerable position if we as a board don't have specific metrics to evaluate her. So I almost feel like that during this transition year, eventually the design of governance policy is that the monitoring reports are the superintendent's evaluation. But we're in transition, as you said, because we don't have indicators. For instance, we have a monitoring report on academic excellence, and it says district accreditation rating. What does that mean? Does that mean, do we have a benchmark that says we desire accreditation with distinction? Or, so I agree that I think our monitoring reports we're going to have to mess with a little bit and get comfortable. But we also have to evaluate our superintendent. I believe we're required by contract by February of next year. I think there's something in the contract that's our first time that we sit down and do kind of a conversation around where performance is currently, and then again in a written format by the end of the year. So I'm just concerned, again, because of our history and what has happened, that we haven't learned from that we are still placing our superintendent in a vulnerable position where she doesn't have clear understanding of what benchmark she needs to hit for us to say, job well done.
And I understand that point of view, and I certainly get your intent. And again, I think we can build this as we go. So for instance, just the one you picked up, accreditation rating, what I would certainly do is look at the trend, because as you know, even within the accredited with distinction band, there is a rating in there, and what I would hope is that we would at least hold what we have, and certainly as an expectation, see it increase. But just to put out there, accredited with distinction first year, it can be aspirational, but as long as I see a trend moving towards that, that would satisfy me. And I think that's the type of nuanced discussion we need to have in these areas. And again, as we discuss each of these in the monitoring reports, I would encourage the entire board to take the extra time to say, okay, here's where we are, feedback to our superintendent, looks good, maybe a little bit, whatever that feedback is, and then try to lock in, because I agree, we need to get to a more granular, more KPI driven, but I don't know if I would know where to set those as an individual board member right now without kind of seeing where we are coming out of these unique last 2 years. Just my opinion.
I'd love to hear from other directors, but thank you.
Director Williams.
I'm actually comfortable, with the way that it is currently. The indicators, while they're not very specific, district accreditation rating, I suppose if we go down, that's obviously not a good thing, right? And we would all know that that's an indicator in the wrong direction. Whereas if we're staying the same or getting better, I would assume that that's at the same thing with graduation rate and award-winning schools and such. So I feel like there's enough here for us to say, well, we can definitely tell if we're going in the right direction versus the wrong direction.
Director Myers.
I'm also very comfortable with the language in this. I just looked through it, and what we talked about at the last work session, it's a good starting base to start building. And so I'm comfortable with the monitoring reports and the indicators.
Any other directors? Director Meek.
Thanks. I have just a couple of questions. And first, thanks for mapping the executive limitations to the goals. That's really helpful. I'm curious on the scheduling. There's nothing that is being monitored until January, and then it's all January through May. What was the thinking on the timeline for that frequency or timeline?
I would say just making sure that staff has the sufficient time and organization to get into a rhythm of these monitoring reports. And then certainly for the following year, if you would rather have it be on a different schedule, we can definitely look at that.
Just this would be feasible, basically, is what I'm hearing, given all the other challenges and priorities. I think the other thing, I just didn't see when EL 1, 2, and 3 would be on the schedule. Did you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, just give me one moment, please.
Okay, no worries.
So I think it's open to discussion what kind of monitoring report would be for EL1 and EL3. And so that could be an outstanding discussion. As for the superintendent's succession, that is on the consent agenda for September. Is that right, Mr. Reynolds? Yeah.
September. Okay. Yeah, and just to react to Director Ray, I just struggle too, because we kind of have this hybrid policy governance piece. And like in pure policy governance, you really wouldn't have superintendent goals. It's your monitoring reports. And the challenge is we're trying to get into that rhythm right now. And so I know where you're coming from, and I kind of have the same hesitation. I know in the past, prior to Superintendent Kane, we had some superintendent goals that were presented, and then we had community members reacting to those, talking about how they were not SMART goals. So I think our community does probably prefer to have SMART goals, but I think we're at a point where we almost need to have a session together where we are getting baseline data and having conversations and developing those together. And I think that's just a process. It's going to take some time.
Thank you, Director Meek. Any other director comments, thoughts? Director Ray.
So I do want to go on and just talk about the wording of the mapping. A couple of areas that I would ask be modified. So if we look on mapping of superintendent goals to Board of Education goals, number 4, equity resolution, response and recommendations. Again, I think, and I think Director Peterson and I took to heart, I think last time we were in a work session, your statement about precise language, that if we leave language open, if we are not careful with our language, then people misinterpret. And I think equity resolution, we don't have an equity resolution. We have an individual excellence and inclusion resolution, but not an equity resolution. So, and equity resolutions repeated throughout this. So one of the things I would just suggest we change is call it what it is, and be precise in our language, so it doesn't allow for any misinterpretation. So that'd be one recommendation or revision I would ask. And I think I see that about 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 or 5 times throughout these 2 documents.
Okay, other comments, suggestions? So I'm hearing universal replaced with equity resolution and insult resolution concerning culture of individual excellence and inclusion. The actual resolution which it refers to. Okay, if there are no other comments, I would like to offer an amended recommendation to approve the goals, monitoring report indicators, and monitoring reports calendar as attached to this item, if there's a motion around that. And with the amendment to substitute any language around equity resolution with resolution concerning culture of individual excellence and inclusion.
So moved.
A motion by Director Weiniger.
Second.
We'll give it to Director Williams for a second. Director Hansen.
Aye.
Director Meek.
Aye.
Director Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Director Ray.
I'm going to vote no, just because of the case I made earlier, and that I honestly don't know how to evaluate our superintendent without metrics.
Director Williams.
Aye.
Director Weiniger.
Aye.
Motion is passed as stated by a vote of 6-1. And now the final item on the action, study action, which is item 18, which again was pulled from consent agenda, amend resolution to extend deadline to recommend potential changes to board policy ADB and related implementation as outlined in the Board of Education resolution concerning DCSD's culture of individual excellence and inclusion.
Director Ray, I know you pulled it. Do you mind if I jump in first?
Sure. I'm Director Peterson.
Are you sure?
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Director Meek.
Great. Well, I'm glad you pulled it because I thought we talked about this at our last meeting, that we really didn't want to have this on consent agenda. So I was surprised to see it there. I think we talked about the need to talk about it publicly because this is a topic that really brings out great emotions in our district. And we've seen that over the past 6 to 8 months. I think putting it on consent agenda just looks like we're trying to sweep it under the rug and not discuss it publicly. And I don't think that helps us move forward as a district.
Yeah, if I may just jump in, Director Meek, and it is my fault for how this was probably written as the president. The intent of this item on consent would be simply that we would approve this and then we would agree with the board and the superintendent, I think 2 days from now, on the agenda planning to just basically do a complete redo of this month. As you remember, we were supposed to receive a full, I forget how many minute, I think it was 30-minute, maybe it was 40-minute briefing from the superintendent to present her plan to go forward and then request a final delivery extension potentially as part of that plan. Due to events and the length of the meeting and everything on the 9th, we just said, look, we're not going to do this now based on the priority items for tonight, MLO bond being the main ones. My intent is simply, if we were to approve this, is to have an agreement between the board members and the superintendent to basically just reschedule what she was going to do on the 9th for the first meeting in September, and then bring a full item, an action item on the, I forget, I think it's the 27th, on the second meeting in September to then have a vote. But this was not an attempt to not have the conversation. It was just to temporarily move that conversation to September. And that's all I intended.
Yeah, and I thought you explained that last time, and we still said we need to discuss this even before. I heard what you just said, but I thought we still said we're not comfortable with that plan. So again, I just wanted to thank Director A for pulling off, because I do think it requires us talking even at this level for this resolution that you had. I think there's a lot of confusion in our community, and I think we've even seen it through some of the emails that we've received. And people have written saying, I thought we did away with this. And I think, President Peterson, you have said multiple times in different locations, the policy, educational equity policy, ADB, did not go away. There is this resolution that was asking the superintendent to look at suggested language changes to that. But there is a lot of confusion in our community. And we've received another email today from someone saying it feels like the wheels are just spinning around this policy and no traction is being made, which isn't good for anyone. So I think there's just a lot of confusion, and I think clarity really helps us move forward. And the resolution that was passed did not rescind the educational equity policy. And I think that's what I want to have clarity on for our community. As President Peterson has said, on multiple occasions, it's important to highlight the fact that it still is there. It still is in existence. And if anyone had the opportunity to hear Superintendent Kane speak to the media recently, she's been asked about the equity policy. And her response has been that the policy is very broad in nature. And really, the real work is around the interpretation and the implementation of that policy. And this is exactly what falls into the wheelhouse of the superintendent. How are you going to implement the policy? How is it interpreted? And so this is exactly the work that should be underway right now. And we should not be focused on extending this resolution, because it's simply not the right governing tool for what we should be doing at this point in time. We should be asking for a monitoring report to allow us to understand how implementation is going, and to allow us as a board the opportunity to discuss whether changes need to be made to the policy. So in essence, I don't feel like we need to extend this resolution. I think the superintendent just needs to be doing her job with the implementation piece, which is what I think she's planning on doing. And we ask for a monitoring report at the end of this calendar school year to give us the data that we need to ensure that we are actually moving forward and not just spinning our wheels. So that's really where my take is, and I wanted to share that for other reaction.
Yeah, and again, I think maybe we're just talking past each other. I would love to continue that conversation, and I really want to hear, and I want the public to hear, and I want us as a board to discuss what the superintendent's plan is around all of this. Unfortunately, I intended for us to hear that last meeting. We ran out of time. All I'm saying is that we pass this resolution today, and then I will put it, I guarantee I will put it on the agenda for the very next meeting to basically just do a redo and actually hear the superintendent's thoughts and plans. And as you and I know, we both sit as liaisons to the Equity Advisory Council, and I believe that's what they expect as well. They're a new council and they're just getting stood up. So I would, as one director, I would like to suggest that we pass this, put the briefing on the September agenda, and then anything we need to do after that, we can schedule as appropriate. But I just frankly want to hear in a full brief, and I want the public to hear in a full brief from the superintendent what her reaction is, frankly, to the resolution, what her conversations have been, not with all her committees and or with her councils, and just start that conversation. So that's all it is. And the real reason this is on there is the original resolution, the first whereas says she has till September 1st, and we are going to blow through that date. And that is my concern, that she have time, a little extra grace to give that recommendation to us. Director Ray.
So I definitely agree with Director Meek in terms of her summary of the concerns, but I think what convolutes this is when there's a resolution attached, it looks way too formal. And I think that's what's concerning, because it still looks like we're asking for it to be extended to a different time. And I think what you're trying to say, Director Peterson, is that we just want to carve out a time to have the discussion about what do we do, as opposed to approving an extension or anything else. So what I would suggest is that I would motion that we postpone this agenda item to September 27th, waiving the presentation deadline that's stated in the Culture of Individual Excellence and Inclusion Resolution. But basically, that's all we're doing, and then it shows up on September, and then we can have this conversation, because Director Meek's making some excellent points. I'd like to add some. I agree with her. I think the resolution's asking the superintendent to do the wrong thing in terms of what is under her authority. There's just a lot of things and I have some ideas, actually, that I think will make it easier for all of us if we have the time. So I would just stand on that motion that we postpone the agenda item to September 27th, waiving the presentation deadline stated in the Culture and Individual Excellence Inclusion Resolution.
And that is really my only concern, is that somehow we don't come back and say, the superintendent missed a deadline in a resolution passed by the board September 1st, when it was kind of our fault or my fault for scheduling it last time, too much going on, bigger priorities. If there is a motion that can do that, and we're all just in agreement that we don't need to hear by the 1st and we can move it to September, that's all I'm trying to achieve.
And that would be the intent of my motion.
Okay. Any other discussion or comments, thoughts around that? Okay, so do I hear a motion from Director Ray as stated? And if you could restate it, I will record it.
I move to postpone this agenda item to September 27th, waiving the presentation deadline that's stated in the Culture of Individual Excellence and Inclusion Resolution.
Sorry, do we have to specifically put September 27th? I mean, what if we asked to have the presentation on I don't remember the first one in September the 12th or whatever it is, and then actually have it voted upon so we're not doing it all in the same night? Just a thought.
Yeah, I'm open to the win. I don't think we want to kick it much further down the road. So I'm open to just having this conversation to get us ready for whatever superintendent is being directed to do.
Friendly amendment, I'm sorry?
You could just say move it to a meeting in September if you want.
That's what I was going to offer as a friendly amendment. If we can just say postpone the agenda item until a meeting in September and waive the September 1st reporting date in the original resolution.
Amendment accepted.
Okay, so motion by Ray as amended. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Weiniger. Director Hansen?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. Director Meek?
Aye.
Director Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
And the postponement is passed by a vote of 7-0 as motioned. Without exception, I'd like to plow through unless anyone absolutely needs a break. Okay, we are moving to item number 26, approval of minutes. The recommendation is that the board approve the minutes as presented. Minutes include May 24th, June 7th, 14th, 21st, August 6th, and 9th Board of Education meetings. Do I have a motion regarding approval of minutes?
So moved.
Moved by Ray,
Second.
second by Myers. Director Hansen?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed by a vote of 7-0. Moving into item number 27, approval of amendment of policy BCA enclosure 2, E2, to include Board of Education operating norms. These were all the norms that we discussed at our special meeting on the 9th prior to our regular board meeting. And the recommendation is that the board approves the amendment of policy BCA E2 to include the Board of Education operating norms as listed. And if we do approve that, starting on the very next meeting, we will be holding ourselves to these norms. So as I mentioned to Director Ray prior to the meeting, this was our last chance to run excessively long. And I'm looking at both of us. So any comments or questions around the operating norms for school board members as written? I think we got those as written. Go ahead, Director Ray.
Well, I just want to respond to your assumption that we won't have long meetings.
We can.
The norm says
Yes.
that we can certainly continue. And I want us to be careful because I think we can get so rigid that we make decisions recklessly, and we have to be thorough. And so I want to be careful that we don't misinterpret that norm as being that we'll get Director Myers out of here by 9 o'clock. And then the only other suggestion I would make on the third norm where it says endeavoring to avoid surprises during meetings by submitting questions to the superintendent, I agree. But I think if we could insert the word when possible, I think we've gotten some feedback again from our community that it makes it look like that we're not allowed to ask any other question on the dais other than those that we submit to the superintendent by noon. So I would just advocate that we insert when possible in that particular norm.
Totally agree to that little clause that would just tack it on the end. And relative, even if these norms were in effect for tonight's meeting, given the gravity of the decision and the legal ramifications, I don't think anyone here would have minded taking the time to have thorough deliberation. So thank you. Any other comments on the norms?
I think there's a typo in the second to last one.
Thank you.
Modeling civil, not conservation, but conversation.
Conservation, we want to be good conservative. We will actually go to conversation. Thank you, spell check. That's on me. That is not on our assistant board secretary. So any others?
Well, I would just applaud Director Peterson. You captured that conversation well. So I was very pleased to see these in writing and want to thank you for doing that. And therefore, I will make a motion that we approve Board File BCA E2 operating norms for school board members with the insertion of when possible in the third bullet and with the correct spelling of conversation in the next to the last bullet.
Well, thank you, and I was hoping to conserve our conversation. That's the mistake. So I'll go to a vote. Director Hansen. Oh, I'm sorry, I need a second. Sorry.
Second.
Second by Meek, thank you. Director Hansen.
Aye.
Director Meek.
Aye.
Director Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed as amended, 7-0. Into number 28, board liaison assignments. So this is the time every year where we review all the liaison assignments by board members to include our committee liaisons and then district parent committee and external groups and committees. Current assignments are under this agenda item. And I will just open it up that if anybody needs to leave or move and create a vacated spot, please let me know. If not, I will make the assumption that board members want to continue in those duties for continuity of everything that's gone on. So is there any director that would like to leave for whatever reason, a committee or a current assignment? Okay, hearing none.
I'm sorry, the question is, are we wanting to leave a current assignment?
Meaning we have the listed current assignments, and if anyone is unhappy with their current assignment and wants to be reassigned or can no longer, due to schedules or whatever, meet or act as liaison, if they would let me know. Otherwise, I will assume that we all are happy continuing on in our assignments as listed.
Well, I will say that I have not carried my weight with Director Weiniger with the partnership of Douglas County governments. That's really mostly because I don't feel like I'm the appropriate ambassador for that group. When I actually was a chair for that group, I was the president at that time, and I felt it was very appropriate at that time for me to attend those meetings. I know, Director Peterson, you attended the celebration down in the Capitol, so I quite honestly thought that maybe you had kind of assumed the responsibility of co-liaisoning with Director Weiniger, but I do want to admit that that is a group that I really do not feel I'm the right match for. Oftentimes we're required to speak on behalf of the board, to give updates, and certainly don't feel comfortable doing that. So I would ask to be removed from that, but thank Director Weiniger for carrying my weight as well for that group.
And I appreciate that, Director Ray, and based on how you described the position, I'd be happy to step in and fill that role. Are there any others for any directors? And Director Hansen.
There's just 2 items that need cleaned up. We had originally hoped that Susan and I could serve as the liaison for the Douglas County Foundation. And we later found out that under the organizational documents for the foundation, only one director can participate. And then we had also, and I would like to it's getting late. I would like to continue as the liaison for the foundation. Something similar on the safety committee, we have listed 3 individuals, and just to clean that up, we can only have 2 so that we don't have to publicly notice and open private safety meetings. And I would also like to continue on that committee.
And if I could respond to that, Safety Committee, I rescinded my
that's right.
responsibility to you, Director Peterson, way back a year ago. So really, there's no need to hurt my feelings. I'm okay with not having a meeting to go to there.
That was, I believe, a typo. So I will note that I will be taking Director Ray's spot for Partnership of Douglas County Governments. That we, as long as it is okay with Director Meek, who I don't think can wrestle you because she's virtual, that we will just keep Director Hansen for the Foundation of Douglas County Schools, and we will continue yourself and myself as the liaisons to safety and security. Okay, no votes need to be taken on this. It's just a agreement. And then we will move.
Peterson, sorry.
Sorry?
And just one other, the talent pipeline, Douglas County and CASREC, that is no longer a group that meets. So you can cross that particular external group off. And then again, Rumsel is something that Director Myers has willingly taken the lead on. So
So we are going to expect Director Ray to do a couple extra shifts promoting the Mill and Bond Initiative this fall.
whatever it takes.
Real quick, just an FYI, I do think the talent pipeline actually may re-up here shortly. I was just talking with that as well. So that is.
I would be delighted to attend when they reactivate.
Perfect. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, I'd be interested in that too, if it allows 2 directors.
Sure.
We'll get more information on that as I find out more.
Sounds great.
And the last thing I'll say is, if you are members of these committees and things, please give all the information about when meeting and stuff to Renee Brockman so she can make sure that all the directors are aware of the scheduled meetings, when they're meeting, things like that, so we can work in our schedules and assure attendance or have someone cover. With that, I will move on to item number 29, and we are in the home stretch. So President reports. Board of Education regular meeting is scheduled for 13 September. Agenda planning for the 13 September meeting will occur this Thursday, 25 August at 10:30 a.m. I will echo various commenters who said if you are interested in supporting the bond or MLO ballot languages as formalized tonight, you can go to Invest in DCSD. That's at https://investinDCSD.com. And the campaign is also accepting donations. Other items, I understand that the ballot numbers will not be assigned until September 9th, so we don't know what the numbers are going to be assigned to us. We have to see what other county initiatives on there. And I have been told that ballots will be mailed on October 17th. The last thing that I will say here is I know last meeting Director Meek offered to kind of lead our effort on outreach. And the one other comment I'd have tonight based on some of the public speakers is why we're focusing on bond and MLO. Let's not lose the sight that we agreed to start having a conversation around mission, vision, and does special education need to rise to that forest pathway, as I suggested. So while we're out there promoting bond mill and doing all those other good deals, let's not forget the other community outreach we need to do. Specifically, I'd like to personally continue that conversation around the elevation of a fourth pathway, if we believe that's appropriate as a board. With that, I will turn it over to Vice President Williams.
I got nothing. We talked earlier about our liaisons and things priorities for the upcoming year, so I'm good.
Open it to all other directors for director items, board committee, or liaison reports. And I will start with the screen with Director Meek.
Sure. August 18th, last week, the District Accountability Committee met for the first time this school year and had a great meeting. I think I talked a little bit earlier about some of the conversation around mill and bond. We spent quite a bit of time talking about that. And there was a lot of interest in the do's and don'ts and what is allowed at the DAC level, but also at the school accountability committee meetings and school meetings. And so Allison Rausch was there, and I know she heard the conversation. So I'm really hopeful that we'll have some Q&As for our schools to help explain what they are allowed to talk about and not allowed to talk about when it comes to the MLO and bond. So that was a big piece of the conversation. September 1st, the DAC will hold its special session on the UIP work session. So if anyone's interested in attending that, that's on September 1st. And then, as you mentioned earlier, the outreach work, I did volunteer to lead that up, and then Director Williams volunteered to work with me, and finding time where we can all meet together has been a little challenging, but I'm thinking next week we are going to have a meeting, so we'll be able to report back shortly after that.
Thank you, Director Meek. Director Weiniger.
No updates.
Director Myers.
No updates.
Director Ray.
One thing I want to throw out, we had a great conversation around the arming teacher issue and really diffused, I believe, that. The other issue still that continues to haunt us is the voucher issue. And I'm wondering if there's a flavor for the board. I believe there's a policy that we can pretty much shut down that debate from happening. Policy JCA talks about assignment of students to schools, school choice, and open enrollment. And I think there's some minor revisions that can be made that really clearly would denounce that this board has no intent of supporting the voucher program. As a matter of fact, previous boards have repealed programs and policies that relate to any kind of a voucher program. And so I think, we certainly all support the recensions of those policies, but I think there's also a way for us, again, to earn trust of our community to say our focus is on students that are in Douglas County School District that are under our umbrella. So I don't know if I would be more than glad to provide, if there's interest, a proposed revision to that policy that I think might just help, again, gain trust, but also put to rest that that's not something that's even on our radar. So I would just ask if there's an interest in that or not. If not, then I will not put any work to it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the policy?
Yeah, it's policy JCA/JFB, assignment of students to schools, school choice, and open enrollment is the policy. And so an example is, it says the board endorses the concept of schools for all students that may wish to attend a school or participate in a program in an area other than their assigned school. I mean, there's some easy inserts to simply say public school. The board endorses the concept of school for all students that may wish to attend a public school. Just inserting that would certainly indicate that there's no allowance that we're looking at having a student go to a private school and helping pay their tuition to go to a private school. So those are some of the things that I would love to bring back if there is interest in doing that.
And one thing I may ask, since we had the discussion around our CSI schools, and we do have a lot of homeschool families in there, there might be an opportunity and modification of that to also expand awareness around the accessibility that everyone has to programs. For instance, if you're homeschool and you want to play on a sports team, in a band, things like that. So there might be some additional language we can have that's clarifying, that is also very welcoming for all our families outside, and that they can see that they have advantage to a lot of the DCSD facilities, activities, and programs that some of our public may not be aware to. So
in this policy, you'll actually see there's sections that actually do exactly what you're suggesting, that talks about homeschool, talks about charter schools, it talks about some other choices.
Yeah, even to explicitly say, I think there's some things that we could do, hypotheticals. I haven't talked to the superintendent about it yet, but even with our CSI schools, some things like facility use, or even sharing things like mental health support services for those smaller schools. If something, God forbid, were to happen, there might be some other ways we can share things but still have accountability. Again, further discussion, later discussion, but we should look at all our policies, but that might not be a bad place to start. Director Hansen. Updates.
I thought you were wanting me to weigh in on what David said. I have no updates, but I like what David said.
Okay, thank you. That will move us to our last item for tonight, unless people want to take a break, which is adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Wow. Williams and Myers, Hanson,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Myers,
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray,
Aye.
Williams,
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Are